Started. Everybody can have a seat, please. Put them away already.
Put them behind my computer and I couldn't see them.
Okay, we're going to get started, please. All board members up. You're here? Okay. Okay, I'm going to call the board meeting to order. We want to welcome everybody to Elk Grove Unified School District Board of Education meeting. The board did meet in closed session, and we took the following action. The board took action to approve a resignation agreement concerning a certificate employee. Today's meeting is being recorded and will be available on the district YouTube. We do have blue cards that are available outside on the table in the boardroom for anyone who wishes to address the board. And you can complete it and give it to the staff member to my right. Please make sure you indicate whether the matter you want to address is on the agenda or not on the agenda. If the matter is on the agenda, we assume you'll speak at that time. Today we have the Pledge of Allegiance. I'd like to call on my colleague, Ms. Albiani, and Ms. Teagan, the principal, and Ms. Maggie Schubert come forward.
Come on, Apollo. Pleasant Grove High School is honored to recognize Miss Maggie Schubert as our education partner. The Pleasant Grove High School community is fortunate to have a parent as knowledgeable and passionate about the success of all students as Miss Schubert. Even though she has only been part of the Pleasant Grove High School community since last year, when her son Apollo was a freshman, she has already made a significant impact on the campus. Ms. Schubert is the type of person who recognizes a need and, instead of complaining, steps up and fills the void with advocacy, enthusiasm, and action. When Ms. Schubert is not in the fan section at a PGHS football game or volunteering on campus, she is working as the president and CEO of GPS Social Enterprises, an organization that provides services and mentorship to at-risk youth and volunteering at several community-based organizations supporting at-risk communities. Last school year, Ms. Schubert observed a need for a study hall program to support the football players with their classes so they could maintain their eligibility, as well as assist the numerous athletes who are not eligible to play sports due to their failing grades. She approached administration with a proposal for a study hall program staffed by volunteers such as herself and her former corrections department colleagues. The study hall program was an instant success and has now grown into Pleasant Grove High School's school-wide tutoring program, supported by Ms. Schubert and her volunteers, teachers, and peer tutors. Pleasant Grove High School is fortunate to have Ms. Schubert on her campus. Her knowledge, passion, and heart for young people are an asset to our school and our community. Thank you for all you do.
Okay, please stand and remove caps.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Hold on with us. Hold on. Yeah. Yeah. Would you like to say anything? You can.
Oh, I have to say something?
Yes.
That's dangerous. First of all, I just want to say thank you to Ms. Tegan Keplinger. She was the best hire you made last year, superintendent. Pleasant Grove is a great school, a lot of changes happening there, great committed staff, and a lot of just really awesome people. And at the end of the day, we're all one community, and we want to see all our kids succeed, so thank you. Appreciate you.
Thank you once again. Another round of applause. Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to our high school representatives report. I'd like to call on Rio Cazadero High School.
Good evening, President Madison, members of the school board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. My name is Alex Lopez. My colleague Jesus Alvarez and I are here today on behalf of Rio Cazadero High School, a school that has impacted my life in remarkable ways. Today we will talk about some of the programs and activities offered at the school. I'm glad to announce that Rio Cazadero High School once again has a basketball team, a team anyone is free to join regardless of gender so long as they are dedicated to the program and willing to work. The team competes in a league of alternative schools from throughout the Sacramento area. The reintroduction of the basketball team has really impacted morale among the students involved, giving them something to be passionate about and something that gives them structure and a real opportunity to work as a team and accomplish something great. A retired campus supervisor who was the previous head coach has donated his time to make this happen, and he is joined by one of his former players who graduated from Rio Cazadero High School. It's not just athletes who are given a chance to compete. Rio Cazadero High School's video production program participates in competitions as well. In these showcases, we learned that success can only be obtained through hard work, passion, and the willingness to work as a team. The video production program at Rio Cazadero High School provides students with direction, community, and something to be passionate about, things that are the foundations of a productive and meaningful life. The program participates in several events, including NC&Me, Arts in Motion, SIVA, and Media Day. My favorite event was the Sacramento International Film Festival, where some of our videos were honored and presented. Students in the program were given a pass to the event. We got an opportunity to meet and talk to people inside the industry, giving us invaluable insight into the profession that many of us in the program wish to pursue. Rio is offering a field trip to the California Academy of Sciences in San Francisco on March 30th. It is California's oldest museum of natural history, as well as one of the largest museums of its kind in the world. The trip will be open to any interested students and should not only be interesting but fun. Rio Cazadero will host its college and career fair during the day on March 15th. It is an opportunity for students to gain information regarding careers and college options from one of the representatives at the event. The event is also host to guest speakers and an alumni panel, where students get to hear experiences from former students. For most of my life, I've struggled greatly, both socially and academically. I was not in school for long periods of my life and perceived myself incapable of academic success. Many students at Rio Cazadero High School have experienced challenges that cause them to share similar sentiments and may translate into a belief that they cannot be successful. That is why Rio Cazadero High School is such a crucial place for this community, because its educators have an immense passion for the subjects they teach and a belief for the students in their classroom. The students at Rio are given a new chance to succeed, regardless of their situation. I personally never planned on graduating, but thanks to Rio Cazadero High School I did, and I'm currently attending Consumnes River College, and I plan to pursue my education even further. And now Jesus will tell you more about some of the events at Rio Cazadero High School.
Good evening. My name is Jesus Alvarez, and I began attending Rio Cazadero High School this year. I moved from the Bay Area, and I attended 2 other high schools prior to coming here. I've never been more involved and connected to a school before Rio. As a person who suffered from depression and was very antisocial, Rio gave me the second chance I needed to be a better person and a student. Rio Cazadero High School student leadership program organizes many fun and important projects. We combine with Friday Night Live to bring awareness to the community about minors drinking and smoking. And we sponsored several events in the fall to educate students during Red Ribbon Week. February is American History Month, and we are honoring people and events who had an impact with special displays and interesting information shared during announcements. It is also Heart Health Month, and student leadership is helping to get the word out to promote healthy habits for our hearts. Members of student leadership take an active role in the school. We have student members on the site, PPIS committee, and the school site council. We have the annual Alternative Education Prom on April 5th. This event is really fun. It is available to all students at all of the alternative schools in the Elk Grove Unified School District. Like many of our students, I have an experience going to prom, so I'm really looking forward to it. Student leadership is also planning a senior trip later this spring. Rio Cazadero High School offers field trips to Consumers Rivers College and Sacramento City College. The trip allows students to experience what it is like to be on campus and learn about college. This helps students to better understand the opportunities that are available. One of my favorite things about Rio is the amazing staff. They really go above and beyond for every student here. I've never before felt like family at a school. I am very thankful for their help getting me on track to graduate. I couldn't do this without the school's support. I love Rio Cazadero High School. Thank you for your support of our school.
Thank you. Good report. Okay, Laguna Creek High School.
Good evening, President Madison, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Mrs. Avalos. My name is Haley Rankin.
And I'm Caden Ellison, and we're pleased to tell you all the exciting things that have been happening at the Cardinals Nest. To kick off our second semester, LC had its second Renaissance Barbecue. Students who achieved a 3.0 or higher were treated to a hot dog lunch provided by ASB. This past semester, 61% of our students achieved this. We'd also like to invite you all to our Academic Recognition Night this Thursday at 6:30 to help us celebrate all of our hardworking Cardinals. Our academic decathlon team placed 9th out of 23 teams, and our senior Logan Zepeda won a gold medal in music. This year, some of our Cardinals went above and beyond to help those in need. With donations from our teachers and feeder schools, we were able to donate over 1,000 books, 1,600 pencils, 400 packs of pens, 70 packs of Expo markers, 600 packs of colored pencils, crayons, and markers, 30 reams of paper, and many games and learning manipulatives to Butte County. Some of Laguna's ASB members also took part in a rally we hosted for the students of Butte County. They spent the day bonding with the students and participated in games alongside them. All the ASB members who got to go said it was an amazing experience. Every year at LC, we have an awesome lunch game we like to call Kiss the Dirt. The week of our winter homecoming, we invited our bravest Cardinals to dive into a pool of mud with style and finesse and be judged by our panel of teachers. Adam Gunning took home gold this year with a stellar belly flop.
This year's winter homecoming theme was Under the Sea, and our Cardinals were ready to dive in and have fun. Laguna held its annual winter homecoming rally and dance under the black lights. Students enjoyed hanging out with friends in the kickback room or dancing the night away in the gym. 2 weeks ago, Laguna held its annual Random Acts of Kindness Week. During this week, ASB decorates the campus with positive messages and holds events to brighten up everyone's week. One day consists of high-five lines at our school's entrances. Another is creating individual hearts with our entire student body's names on them for students to wear. And finally, during lunch, we have a compliment stage in our quad where students can step up on the stage to receive a compliment and a lollipop. Our visual and performing arts have been busy. Laguna's dance team, Infinite Motion, held their annual main stage performance. This year, they celebrate 20 years of Infinite Motion. Our percussion recently won 2nd out of 4 schools, and our color guard team is undefeated. Laguna Sports Careers Academy we'll have a group of students attending the HOSA conference this March in Sacramento. These future health professionals compete in competitions and get to learn about different career options. This will be SCA's third year attending. Our winter sports have just finished this past week, and 3 of our teams made it to playoffs. Women's soccer finished second in league, and men's soccer finished third. Laguna's women's basketball team had a phenomenal season. The starting lineup of all freshmen led the team to finishing the season with a record of 26-4. They finished second in league and hosted a home playoff game against Roseville, which was broadcasted on live TV. Second semester has just gotten started at Laguna, and it's already been packed full. We can't wait to come back next time and share more of the amazing things that happen at our campus. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for the report. Okay, Pleasant Grove High School.
Good evening, President Madison, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Mrs. Avalos. My name is Amanda Pangelinan from Pleasant Grove High School, and I'm honored to be here tonight. Pleasant Grove High School's second semester has been moving forward. Students who finished fall semester with a 2.5 GPA or higher qualified for Renaissance. Renaissance is an academic incentive program that provides students with homework passes, extra credit, and final waivers. 75% of our student body qualified for Renaissance, displaying the endless time and dedication our students put into their academics. In addition to PG's academic excellence, our mathletes have been doing a tremendous job at all of their competitions. On November 8th, our Eagles placed 9 out of 23 teams at Cristo Rey. On December 12th, we placed 3rd out of 21 teams at Laguna Creek. And on January 10th, we placed 3rd out of 21 teams at Jesuit. During the latest 2 competitions, our PGHS mathletes were recognized as the best in Elk Grove Unified School District. We are so proud of all the work all of our Eagles have put into their academics. Our academic decathlon placed 3rd in the county competition and qualified for the states. We are so proud of our Eagles, and we wish them the best of luck in their upcoming competitions. Moving on to our school's culture, PG has held many activities to celebrate the diversity at our school. Each week in October, we dedicated a week to a specific heritage like Filipino American Cultural Week, Punjabi Heritage Week, Latino Heritage Week, and so many more. During lunch, students would host activities to show off their culture, such as fashion show to show how their culture dresses, or hand out some food samples from their country, and even had some fun with Kahoot to learn more fun facts. In addition, students Abi Shankut, Rohan Manon, and Mrs. Shoup put together our annual Multicultural Assembly on January 16th, which showcased many more cultures through incredible performances. Since the beginning of the semester, our admin has made serious efforts to hear voices of students on a larger scale. We implemented PG Voice, which is an opportunity for students to voice their concerns in a safe place about issues on campus to a group of student representatives from a variety of clubs and activities such as LRG, ASB, and BSU. If students do not feel comfortable to speak in front of teachers and students, we created a Google form where they can leave anonymous reports of issues that will further be investigated by admin. These are all part of admin's efforts to create a safe environment for students to learn in and to assure students that their voices matter. Since the first week of December, Pleasant Grove has been doing our part to help the Paradise community. Instead of spending our Make-A-Wish funds on our students, we decided to donate and collect donations to help fund a winter ball for all the Paradise High School students that was held on February 9th. We raised about $12,000. In addition, we have been asking for donations of formal wear for the students who had, which we held a dress drive for on January 12th in Chico. So many students showed up, and it was really heartwarming to see all these students who lost a lot in the fire happy and be able to dress up without the big cost of prom dresses. PG's annual talent show was held on December 14th. It showcased many amazing talents from our Eagles, and we raised $2,000 for Paradise Prom. Also, our 9th annual Live and Unplugged showcase hosted by student Sierra Tesh and Bea Valera and Mrs. Bainter, which occurred on January 25th. This event showcased a number of our very own students highlighting their musical talents in acoustic sessions without any electronics. All proceeds from the tickets sold also went to Paradise Prom. On January 31st, students Tori Waddell and Cassie Caton organized and hosted our second Unity Day of this year. Unity Days are intended to break down barriers and create common ground among our school family with the intention of focusing on the idea of caring for and meeting other students. Students participate in activities such as Strongly Agree, Strongly Disagree, where students are given an opportunity to display their personal beliefs and compare them to those of their peers. On February 1st, we had our annual Blacklight Rally. It was a very successful and exciting rally full of fun games such as our annual half-court shot and a lightsaber battle. We had incredible performances by Soul Purpose, Cheer, Bhangra, Poly Club, and our PGHS drumline. Our school hosted our 5th annual Meet Me at the Red Carpet Dance, a special night for our Eagles with special needs and those from around the district on February 16th. Pleasant Grove students Peyton Mullaney and Lexi Martin took charge of this event and organized the entire thing with participation from Florin, Laguna Creek, Sheldon, and many more. Here at PG, we believe that all students, no matter how many differences we have, all deserve a night to celebrate. It is a night to display and give back to many students who are not always recognized. We are so excited to have this event become part of PG and spread around our district. Our Soul Purpose Dance Company worked really hard on putting together their annual showcase. This year's theme was Go, to represent the emotions we all go through. It was a fun and emotional time for our dance company, and I cannot be more proud of all of the work they have done. The showcase was held on February 15th and 16th at the Sheldon Performing Arts Center and was a huge success. On October 18th, we held our 2nd annual All-Star Eagles and Unified Sports Basketball game, featured ILS and Pathway students in a fun event where a mix of classes with volunteer student athletes played a friendly after-school competition as teammates. Students, staff, and families packed our gym to support the kids and were entertained by both the students playing basketball and the student cheerleaders. Our athletes have continued to impress Pleasant Grove as well as the community with their performances. We have been supportive of all our winter sports such as men's basketball, men's soccer, women's soccer, and wrestling. Our student section, known as the Flock, has been loud and proud for our Eagles. Our wrestlers have had and are continuing to have a great season. I would like to congratulate Angel Houston, Emily Brakefield, Isabel Gracia, Haley Schwartz, Lincoln Benez, Marcus Curry, Jack O'Connor, and Nathan Valencia for qualifying to compete in Masters. And an extra congrats to Angel Houston for placing 3rd place and qualifying for states. Additionally, our boys basketball team, both our boys and girls varsity soccer teams, have qualified for playoffs. The girls are playing today in the section semifinals against Granite Bay. Good luck to our Lady Eagles. As winter sports ends, we are excited for our spring sports such as track, baseball, softball, men's volleyball, tennis, and swimming. The start of the new year and 2nd semester has been one for the books, and we hope to carry the success and excitement through the end of the year to graduation in 3 short months at Golden One Center Arena. Thank you for listening, and it's an honor and pleasure to show off my school.
Thank you. Very good report. With that, the students are capable now. They're able to leave and do their homework. Thank you. Okay, I'll have Benny Grewal come up, and we want to call on a lifesaver recognition, and I'll have board member Dr. Crystal Leary Martinez go down to this.
Good evening, President Madison, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Mrs. Avalos. I am here to recognize the individuals whose quick action saved the life of one of our elementary school teachers. On November 16th, Mrs. Sarah McReynolds was eating lunch at Raymond Case Elementary prior to the start of parent conferences. While eating, she began choking on a piece of chicken. Around the same time, Mrs. McReynolds' first grade student Sonia and her father, Jagjit Singh, arrived for their conference. When Mr. Singh entered the classroom, he noticed that Mrs. Reynolds was choking. He asked if she needed help, and she indicated yes. Mr. Singh tried to give her the Heimlich maneuver to no avail. He then told his daughter Sonia to go find help. Thankfully, the nurse, Cindy Dawkins, and the PE teacher, Lynn Vernon, happened to be in the classroom next door. They immediately came to Mrs. McReynolds' aid and helped by administering back blows and the Heimlich maneuver. Eventually, the chicken came out, and thanks to Sonia's bravery, Mr. Singh's quick thinking, Mrs. Dawkins and Mrs. Vernon's quick actions, Mrs. McReynolds was fine. Today, we publicly recognize a team of heroic and caring individuals who all played key parts in giving this story a very happy ending. And Sonia Kaur. Mr. Singh.
Thank you.
Mrs. Dawkins. Mrs. Vernon. And Mrs. McReynolds, right? Come on up there.
You can come up and take photos. Some of you have your cameras there if you'd like to get a closer shot. Please come forward. Such a wonderful thing that was accomplished by our parent. Thank you. Let's give another nice round of applause here. Thank you. Okay, I'd like to call on Kathy Hamilton on the certification and recognition of Elk Grove Unified School District's career technical education academies and pathways.
And I'm here tonight with my colleague Sue Hubbard, who will be doing most of the presentation. But first, I'd like to introduce the topic and better introduce her.
Okay.
So thank you for having us here tonight, board members, President Madison, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. We're here tonight because we're really proud to get to come before you and ask that you honor our high-quality CTE pathways and academies. As you know, Elk Grove Unified has one of the strongest CTE programs in the state. And one of the reasons for that, we believe, is the rigorous continuous improvement process that our teachers and site administrators participate in annually. This is a huge commitment that they take on, and we want it to be recognized. So before we commence with the presentation of information to you tonight, we would like to ask that you officially recognize and certify our pathways and academies, that they have indeed gone over and beyond to ensure that their programs are developing and meeting the highest standards. So, will you do that, please?
Okay, can we do that? I have a motion on that.
I'll move that.
Then second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried on that.
All right, now we can get down to the celebration. As you know, our career pathways and CTE, our career academies and pathways, are one of the many elements of E4. Through high-quality curriculum and instruction and community engagement, they prepare students to become college, career, and life-ready. Academies and pathways are one of the actions and services that are described in our strategic goals. And even though E4 identifies that the ultimate target of our district's work is to ensure that every child is learning every day, in every classroom, in every subject, in order to prepare for college and career and life success. It's our graduate profile that defines the characteristics of a college, career, and life-ready graduate. CTE pathways and career academies provide many opportunities for students to develop mastery of the graduate profile indicators. So with that, I'd like to introduce Sue. She's one of the program specialists in our department, and with a team of sector coaches, she and the coaches are responsible for supporting our teachers and our site administrators in the continuous improvement process that is leading to the recognition and certification tonight.
Okay. Thank you. Good evening. So this evening we'll be presenting the following to you: 1 academy moving from gold to platinum, 10 extended certifications at the gold and platinum level, and recognize 35 that have demonstrated progress towards achieving quality goals. Just as a refresher, let's look at the definition of an academy and pathway. EGUSD demonstrates its commitment to developing college and career life-ready graduates through 2 methods of career technical education. Academies provide the most intensive experience for students and is a resource intensive. EGUSD has 18 career academies, 15 of which receive California Partnership Academy grants. Pathways are a less intensive way for high schools to expose students to specific careers while developing technical and work-ready skills. Both methods are robust and engage students in learning and give them the opportunity to apply academic knowledge, develop meaningful relationships with peers, teachers, industry mentors, and expand their leadership skills. Currently, our district has a total of 69 academies and pathways in 14 of the 15 industry sectors. But what is unique about our academies and pathways? Academies and pathways support the whole child: academics, social emotional development, and community and business engagement. Social emotional support aligned with site PBIS efforts, academies and pathways form small learning communities where students develop a strong group of friends and relationships with their teachers and community partners. Academic support through programs of study that confirm the sequence of courses that align to post-secondary, including college credit, certifications, and college completion. Integrated curriculum through project-based learning makes learning relevant and engaging. In fact, career-focused project-based learning gives students real-world experiences to apply and transfer what they've learned in their core classes to real-world scenarios. Systems and design thinking, to really understand how to evaluate, analyze a problem, but to also understand the implications of decisions on all stakeholders. Project management teams, utilizing the skills outlined in the graduate profile. Students work in project management teams to learn all 6 outcomes. Plus, community engagement. Students work with our community and business partners to learn firsthand about careers and learn about the skills and education needed. This, in turn, gives students a purpose and direction. And this work is supported and guided through 4 college and career connection sector coaches, and I'd like to just take a moment to call out their name and have them be recognized. So I'd like to recognize Bill Giovanetti, Jamie King, Lori Fox, and Lily Mora. Thank you. As a result of this, students in academies and pathways have higher GPAs, A through G completion, AP scores with a 3+, college attendance and persistence, as well as a strong feeling of connectiveness between the students, teachers, and a feeling of family, which translates into higher attendance and reduction of suspensions. In addition to the social and emotional support and academic success, preparing to be successful includes developing the whole child to navigate the world outside of the classroom, and with academics and pathways, this is done through real-world experiences. Real-world experiences are called work-based learning. Work-based learning opportunities are integrated into each academy and pathway and range from guest speakers to internships. And last school year, we had 15,276 experiences, an increase of 25% over the previous year. Of those experiences, 168 were summer internships, which was an increase of 60% from 2017. Work-based learning starts with career exploration, leading to career application. Real-world experiences give students the opportunity to put into action and apply what they've learned in school to the real world where it becomes relevant. Once learning becomes relevant, students become lifelong, self-directed learners. But these programs just don't happen overnight. It takes dedicated teachers, counselors, site administration, district coach support to ensure that our academies and pathways are self-reflecting and evolving to ensure the success of all of our students. Our academies and pathways participate in OPTIC, self-assessment, and action planning with a focus on 7 main areas: student outcome-driven practice, equity, access, and achievement, programs of study, learning and teaching, work-based learning, personalized student support, and pathway leadership and partnerships. These elements are comprised of 24 sub-elements that are used to assess the programs. Our district has identified 4 levels of certification: bronze, silver, gold, and platinum, with criteria for each level. Let's take a look at the levels. Click. There we go. To be recognized as an academy or pathway, there are criteria for each level, and the criteria builds upon the next. Starting with bronze at the foundation, there are eight criteria, 2 of which are actually indicators on the California dashboard: completion of a sequence of CTE courses in a pathway, and courses that earn early college credit and certification. Other foundational criteria include using OPTIC self-assessment and action planning, aligning to current labor market demands, site support, and a CTE credentialed teacher. As this process evolves, so does the rigor and expectations. Each level has new criteria. And this year for bronze, the requirement was that they have a sequence of 3 district-approved CTE courses identified and written. And at least one of those courses is in the master schedule. At silver level, like I mentioned, it's based off of the bronze, and the new criteria are that at least 2 of the courses are in the master schedule. Gold and platinum. Gold and platinum provide evidence to support their self-assessment and participate in a site visit every 3 years. And added this year to gold and platinum, they must have all 3 CTE sequenced courses in the master schedule. Gold and platinum have the same criteria. It's the points and the level of what they're doing that sets them apart. As our department reviews self-assessments and evidence, these are the following areas that are recognized as common accomplishments: alignment to the graduate profile, strong industry business partners, work-based learning opportunities, integrated projects, teacher externships, and student-directed learning. In addition to these accomplishments, our department and academy and pathway leads have also identified areas of growth, such as equity and access, master schedule with common planning period and cohorted students, access to and usage of student performance data, industry advisory boards, increased access to work-based learning opportunities, and opportunity for early college credit and industry certification. But let's look at some interesting facts. 99.9% of our academies and pathways participated in the self-assessment continuous improvement process, and this process is voluntary. This speaks to the dedication of our CTE academy and pathway teachers and our college and career connection staff. As we continue our work, we're also increasing the rigor as described in the additional requirements for each level. With the changes, we had 5 academies drop 1 level, and we had only 1 not participate. But on the positive side, we had 36 academies and pathways increase their self-assessment scores, an overall increase in points by 26%, and 7 academies and pathways moved up a level. With that, we'd like to begin presenting our bronze, silver, gold, and platinum academies and pathways. So as I mentioned tonight, we had one of our academies going from gold to platinum, and we would like to recognize them tonight, and that is the IDEA Academy. They came before you last year as a Gold Academy, and through diligent teamwork, reflection, and quality action planning, the team has moved their program to Platinum as validated by the district, site, and community. IDEA is a California Partnership Academy which was founded in 2005, and they have over 300 students participating in their academy. With teacher and student teams at each grade level participating in integrated curriculum, IDEA has been able to move their level of performance from Gold to Platinum. In addition to being an amazing academy at Pleasant Grove, we wanted to share what we heard from parents and business partners. Parents, IDEA has helped tie our freshman son's studies and personal interests together into a practical experience that motivates him. My wife and I have honestly never seen him this genuinely passionate and proud of school before. Business partner, as a mechanical engineer with over 20 years of industry experience and someone who has interviewed and mentored junior engineers, practical programs like IDEA are exactly the type of background I find valuable in coworkers. Academies and pathways impact students, families, and the community. So we would like to ask the members of the IDEA Academy to come forward so we can present to them the Certificate of Achievement as a Platinum Academy. Oh, yes. Who? No. We have Rebecca Hunter, Colin Denny, and Erica Banter.
While they're getting their picture taken, why don't you tell them what their roles are?
Oh, sure. So Rebecca Hunter is our Academy Coordinator, and she's an English teacher at Pleasant Grove High School. Colin Denny is our CTE teacher in engineering, and he's actually starting up a new program called Mechatronics. And then we have Erica Banter, who does our world history. Which history do you do? Social science? There we go, social science. And so what's really unique about this group is they really do a lot of integrated curriculum by grade level. So they actually work together to make sure that they have common themes, common terminology, common vocabulary, common rubrics, and really you can see the impact with the students with the work they've done. Thank you. Oh, you want pictures? Sure. Come on, Kathy. So now let's go ahead and move forward and let's acknowledge our other academies and pathways. We would like to recognize and extend certification to the following academies and pathways. Oops, thank you. I will read the names by school. When your academy and pathway name is read, please stand to be acknowledged. We ask that you hold your applause until all sites have been recognized. First is Cosumnes Oaks High School. Gold is the Culinary Arts Academy. Silver, the Architectural Design Engineering Pathway, Broadcast Journalism Pathway, Empowering Entrepreneurs, Graphic Design Pathway, Medical Careers Pathway, and Robotics and Programming Pathway. Cool. Thank you, Cosumnes Oaks. Elk Grove High School, Platinum, Sustainable Agriculture and Green Academy actually has 4 pathways. Technology and Digital Art has 2 pathways. Silver, Automotive Tech Pathway, Culinary Arts Pathway, and Bronze is Leading Youth for Tomorrow's Educators Pathway. Thank you, Elk Grove. Florin High School, Platinum, we have the Agriculture Tech Academy. Silver, we have the Audio and Music Production Pathway, Culinary Arts Pathway, and the Information Technology Academy. Bronze, Project Lead the Way, Engineering Pathway. Thank you, Florin High School. Franklin High School, Silver, we have the Design Arts Pathway, the Digital Media Pathway, the School of Technology, Engineering, and Media, Information Technology. And bronze, we have the Animation Pathway and the Green Renewable Energy Engineering Network Academy. Laguna Creek High School, gold, we have the Green Energy Technology Academy, the Manufacturing Production Technology Academy, and they have 2 pathways, Sports Careers Academy, and in bronze, we have the Fashion Design and Merchandising Pathway. Monterey Trail, platinum, the Design Technology Academy. Silver, the Animation Pathway, Broadcast Pathway, Fashion Design and Merchandising Pathway. And bronze, we have the Sports, Music, and Entertainment Marketing Pathway. Pleasant Grove High School. As we just recognized platinum, we have the Innovative Design Engineering Academy with 2 pathways. We have gold, the Digital Media Academy with 2 pathways. And in silver, we have the Agricultural Pathway and Project Lead the Way Biomedical Pathway. At Sheldon High School, at gold, we have the Biotechnology Academy, and silver, the Agriculture Pathway, Arts Work, 2D Graphics, Arts Work, Performing Arts with 2 pathways, Software and Systems Development Pathway, and Entrepreneurship and Innovation Pathway. In bronze, we have the Engineering and Building Trades with 2 pathways there, and Arts Work Animation Pathway. And last but not least is Valley. And so Richard asked me next time to reverse the alphabetical order so he could go first. No. So at Valley High School, for silver, we would like to recognize the Health Tech Academy and Project Lead the Way Engineering Academy. And with bronze, the Fire and Emergency Service Pathway. We would very much like to thank you for your time, your continuing support of our academies and pathways.
Thank you. I would, before we, can we bring up the, your CTE coaches that you mentioned at the beginning?
Yes.
So everybody could see them,
Sure,
if they
you
can
guys-
come forward.
Will the coaches please come up?
Sometimes we don't know who they are behind us.
We also have other staff that really does quite a bit of work in this area, with me, Ms. Jane Ross, Program Specialist, who does our industry and pipeline development.
Come up, okay.
John Pellman, Program Specialist, manages all of our grants and buildings.
Can he come up, please?
Come on up. And John Buckmaster, who manages our grants and Perkins funds and makes sure that we have everything done in synergy.
I'd like to get a photo of those folks right up here if we can, real quick, so we can have that on record.
Sure.
I'd like to see that. We don't know what goes on behind the scenes a lot of time in the CTE program. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Madison.
Are there any questions?
Any questions from the board, or?
There's a question over there. I just want to thank you and congratulate you on all the wonderful work that you're doing. I'm a big proponent for CTEs, and it's really what makes our school district one of the destination school districts. So just congratulations, everyone, on all your hard work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any other? Mr. Francine, go ahead.
Nancy wants to talk.
Well, I guess we'll do the picture.
Do the picture.
Yeah, go ahead.
Definitely.
Do the photo right
Do the
quick
photo.
first.
I just want to say thank you to all the teachers. I know it takes a lot above and beyond. I have 4 kids that are in 4 different 4 kids in 2 different academies, not pathways, academies, and actually platinum academies. So very exciting. It's made a huge difference in my children's lives already, and I'm very excited to see how they take these skills on. And I appreciate how you help all these kids make a connection that's real for them to school. Thank you.
Thank you. yet. We have a couple of questions.
Nancy had a question.
Yes. So I'm so thrilled to see this commitment to continuous improvement throughout this program. I'm so grateful to all of you who do that work and commit to it. I was pleased to see that the questions I had emerging throughout your presentation were already on your areas of growth slide. So we're thinking the same thing. I was hoping you could talk to us a little bit more about your efforts to improve equity in the program. Specifically, I was wondering whether our Black and Brown students, other groups in our LCAP targeted populations are availing themselves of what the academies have to offer. Are they completing at the same rates? And I know that's a data question, so I don't expect you to know it off the top of your head, but please tell me what you do know.
You want to take it? Okay. So we've started looking at that data, and it might be more appropriate for me to respond with some actual numbers. We do see that it depends on the academy, it depends on the site. We know that we have some growth, in particular to serving African American students. We don't see them participating at the same rate that we do other students. We also see overrepresentation of some of our ethnic and racial subgroups. Within other categories of students, we also see that English learners and students with disabilities are not accessing academies at the same rate as their peers. So this is definitely work that we are targeting for next year. We're in the process of writing a grant right now that would that would particularly focus on service to special ed students or students with IEPs. We've just finished another grant application in collaboration with Sac State that would focus on increasing access for female students to information and communication technology or computer science pathways. So that's the general answer, and if you want more details, we'd be happy to follow up with some data.
Okay, yeah, thank you. The other area I was curious about is, what more can we do, and by we, I mean we as a board and as a community, do to expand those work opportunities? I was very happy to hear about the increase in the number of summer internships, but can you tell us a little bit more about what you're doing and what kind of help you can use to expand those opportunities in the future?
So actually, about an hour ago, maybe an hour and a half ago, we were starting to draft a board agenda item. We hope to come before you at the next meeting to actually give you a presentation. Ms. Ross, whom you met tonight, will be with me to talk about our employer engagement. We'd like to give you a couple of really concrete media examples of where we've got some rich partnerships, as well as some overview data about what's going on. And she will have an ask for what you can do.
Right.
So can you wait until then?
I can wait, and I'm looking forward to it. Thank you so much.
All right. Okay.
Okay, good report. The only question I had, how do we help some of the schools in moving up different levels?
Do you want to take that one? Sure. Okay.
I mean, you can, if you want to send it to us, you can if it's wrong, but
I'll
I'm
give you a
just,
brief overview.
Okay.
So really, when we're looking at the continuous improvement model, we're looking at developing action plans. So as I mentioned, there's 24 elements that we look at within those 7 categories. And we're working with our academies and pathways to determine where areas they want to move over, what can they actually do now to improve their practice. And then we're doing some summer training on how to develop an action plan and then take it into a highly effective teaming to move the work. So it's really identifying where your gaps are, what do you need to change, and then developing a plan to make sure that you're addressing those change. One of the areas we really need to look at is data, and how do we access and utilize data to drive change. It's nice to say that our kids went up, their GPA went up, but what did we do that actually made that happen? And it's what's happening in the class, how is it aligned to skills and standards to make sure that we are really moving kids forward, not just our programs.
okay, and the reason why I asked that question, because I've seen some of the schools in the same category year after year, so I'm curious how we can help.
Yeah, if you look at the difference between bronze and silver, it's almost like 77 points. It's a big pool of numbers. So that's why with 26% of them actually went up, 26% went up overall in numbers, it's really showing that it's shifting the dial. Getting from a silver level to a gold is quite a jump. It also really looks at master schedule. Can we cohort students? Do we have teacher teams, integrated curriculum? And it's really kind of shifting what's happening at the sites in order to hit that level. So I think some of those things, those structures have to be in place to start really getting programs to silver and platinum.
Okay.
And I would add to that, as you know, our 15 California Partnership Academies receive significant grants from the state. So they have more resources to apply and are generally more capable of hitting the higher levels on our rubric. So that's where you will see more of them at the the gold and platinum levels. For our CTE pathways, they receive bits and pieces of support. We try to support them financially and with other kinds of human resources and equipment and materials to the degree that they have plans. So that helps them increase in points and possibly move from the bronze level to the silver level. But as Sue said, to go all the way up into to gold requires levels of resources that most of our pathways don't have.
Well, that's what I was curious about, what resources and how we can continue to support some of the schools that don't have those resources around. Okay?
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'd like to call on Ann Tronell on the resolution, Art Education Month and Women's History Month.
Good evening, Board President Madison, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. I'm going to make this a little interactive, if you don't mind. I'm going to ask from the audience if anyone has had the arts contribute in any way, shape, or form in your life, if you could please stand with me. Thank you. Anyone? The month of March has been designated Arts Education Month by the state of California. Arts education includes both the performing and visual arts and is an essential part of education for all students. Arts education is a contributing factor to a well-rounded student and has been long supported in our district. With this in mind, I ask that you adopt the resolution designating March 2019 as Arts Education Month. Thank you.
Just moved in second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you.
Okay, you're up next again.
Hello again. I am also honored to bring to you the request for Board Resolution number 45, dedicating the month of March as Women's History Month. I'm going to ask that all women in the audience please stand with me.
All women. Oh, thanks.
The state of California recognizes the vital role women from every age, race, and ethnic background have led in helping to found our nation and continue to influence and shape our future. With this in mind, I ask that you adopt Board Resolution number 45, designating March 2019 as Women's History Month in the Elk Grove Unified School District. Thank you.
It's been moved in second. Those all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Call on Mr. Don Ross. World Rare Disease Day.
Good evening, Board President Madison, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. World Rare Disease Day is observed the last day of February. On this day, various activities take place in the United States, Europe, Russia, Japan, and elsewhere around the world. Recognizing that 80% of rare diseases have identified genetic origins and 50% of rare diseases touch children. The goals of this observance within the district are to generate curiosity in students on the topic of rare diseases and encourage them to take an interest in new fields of science, to promote awareness and understanding and create compassion for other people with rare diseases, and to join in a global partnership supporting the search for ways of improving the lives of those affected by rare diseases. The Board of Education is requested to approve and adopt Resolution Number 43, recognizing February 28th, 2019 as World Rare Disease Day.
I move the resolution.
I'll second.
It's been moved and second. Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you. Okay, Michelle Drake, National Nutrition Month.
Good evening, President Madison, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. I'm here this evening to request the board recognize March as National Nutrition Month. National Nutrition Month is sponsored annually by the Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics, and traditionally they have a very focused theme, but this year they wanted to get out the message of just overall healthy eating, and so this month it's just National Nutrition Month. It gives the flexibility of different organizations to focus on what they feel is important. Here in Elk Grove Unified, we'll be focusing on our traditional consumption of fruits and vegetables, making sure that students eat a rainbow of colors, and we're also incorporating in the importance of breakfast. So with that, I ask that you recognize March as National Nutrition Month.
Do I have a second? It's been moved and second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carried.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Drake. Okay, I want to call on the Citizenship and Civic Learning Resolution, Zonde Pinkerton.
Good evening, Board President Madison, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. Schools are a critical place for students to develop the civic knowledge, skills, and values needed to effectively participate in our democracy by having classroom instruction in government, history, law, and democracy, curricular activities, discussion of current events, service learning, extracurricular activities, student voicing, school governance, and simulations of the democratic process. It's the goal of the Elk Grove Unified School District to prepare all of our students for college, career, and civic life to be model citizens who contribute to the fifth most powerful economy in the world, being California, if it were a sovereign nation. So with that, the Board of Education is asked to adopt Resolution Number 44, Citizenship and Civic Learning, as presented.
So moved.
It's been moved. Second by Mr. Fortuna. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you. Okay, we're going to move to our public comment section here. We'll have 3 minutes. Michelle Anderson, come forward, please. Is this
It's me again. I just wanted to show you the faces again and just kind of speak really quick on some stuff that was brought to my attention. As far as my understanding is the NAACP launched a lawsuit or had a lawsuit against the Elk Grove Unified School District in regards to a lot of the African American and the Latino students being expelled and suspended from the schools. And I kind of had an issue with that due to the fact that we have a lot of students right now that are being bullied, and what we're finding now is the kids that are being bullied from outside students that are coming from other districts, coming from other cities, I just recently found out my daughter's being bullied by a girl who just moved here from Oakland. And she has managed to rally more than half of the students in her class to bully her as well. My daughter works very hard. She has very good grades. She gets a lot of citizenship awards, and she works very well with all of her teachers and the staff at Mary Tsukamoto. The only issue I'm having is nothing is being done, because my understanding with the lawsuit that you guys are unable to expel or to suspend the bully. So with that being said, I feel like these kids that are being bullied, nothing's happening to their bullies, and it's just causing more issues. My daughter just asked if she can go back to the center where she initially got her first help, and they were able to talk her out of taking her life. My daughter is 10. And this time it's not because she wants to go see JJ, it's because she doesn't like her life. And every day I have to send her to school rather than send her to a new school where she's going to deal with new teachers and everybody, and nobody understands her situation. So I'm asking, what do we need to do something with these bullies? I'm still getting calls. Our foundation is getting calls from parents. We found out there's already been 10 students, maybe a little more, that have taken their life in the Elk Grove School District. And the only way we find out is because they contact us. It's not being shared, or nobody's aware of how bad that situation is with all of the schools. I'm so sorry. So I'm not here to yell at you guys anymore. I just want something to get done. If I need to step in and help, please let me know. Please. I don't want to lose another child. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Lorraine Pryor.
Good evening, everyone. Good to be back with you again. I just wanted to kind of go over a couple things. So I've been coming before you, and I've been advocating for the Uligatone family, the girls who were accosted at the homecoming dance, and the male staffer who was not disciplined. They took his word over these girls, and these girls still have that suspension on their file. And I think that we have to be mindful when we are putting people in contact with our kids, one, that they are behaving appropriately, and two, that we have the same energy for regular assault when you have a man pull this child off of the thing she was dancing on. And then we found out when we met with your district rep that this man actually hit her in the face. And so when you hit people, you have to expect a reaction. And so I think that we can not only hold the children to a high standard, but when we employ adults, adults should be able to, one, communicate with kids in a way that they are not feeling threatened, and two, when they put their hands on them or they step outside their purview, that they are dealt with accordingly. Kind of like the man who sexually assaulted somebody and his picture ended up on the news. I would have liked to have seen that same energy towards someone who just physically assaulted a child. So we have to do better about that. And then when you're talking to your district staff, it seems to me, and I think that I'm pretty reasonable, it seems to me that we are digging our heels in on bad behavior and we're excusing it. And so we have to do a little bit better than what I've seen us do. And then when I was looking around at your CTE practitioners, I'll call them that because I don't know a different word right now, I noticed that a lot of them didn't look like me. And so when I hear that black students are not enrolling in these academies, I understand, because I want someone that I have a connection with. The two black people that you do have over academies are ironically people from my family, my mother and my cousin. And I'm like, okay, so what are we doing to recruit what what is the recruitment process for getting students involved? How is the information shared? How is it communicated? I think that there has to be a lot more done to inform students that they actually are welcome in these programs. Because a lot of times if you sit down and you talk to students as much as I do, they don't feel welcome in your schools. They don't feel welcome in your front offices, and they don't feel that they belong in your academies. So I would, like for you all to look into that and see what type of recruitment strategy is happening so that students actually feel like they belong. And that's when you'll start getting the participation. Thank you.
Okay, Lucero Ramos.
Good evening. My name is Lucero Ramos. My daughter is Natalie Valdez. I'm very nervous. I want to apologize beforehand. We were here a couple years ago when she was getting an award for getting her science fair project first place. And I work here presenting my concern regarding a situation that we just went through. On January 23rd.
Move a little closer to the. Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
On January 23rd, I found my daughter on the tub. She tried to commit suicide because we've been dealing with a bullying situation for a year and a half. She's 13. She goes to West Medberg. The issue has addressed to the school. There was police involvement, and I just needed some help. I need to be heard from you guys. I want you guys to understand me as a parent, what I'm going through. We're planning on moving her to another district. We don't want to. We belong in the Elk Grove Unified District. She's been in the Elk Grove since she was in kindergarten. I have 2 other kids that are going to your school. I'm a first chair in the Delegate program also. I'm here every month trying her education for my other kids' education, but I want to be heard. I want something to be done. The kids that were bullying her, they're not in the district program. They're what's the name of the open enrollment? They don't belong to the school. And for us to move to another school because they're staying in the same place. This is her pictures, what I found, what I got when I found her in the tub. She was in the hospital for 4 days and then to a mental hospital. And this is very hard. She's here to do a change. I was asking to do a 3-strike law on kids that don't behave. If they don't want to better themselves or do something, or also implement a mental and health class for kids to learn how to cope with kids like that. Because I understand that bullying is never going to end. But we have to, as parents and as districts, we have to do something about it, be more strict about it, and teach our kids to learn that there's somebody out there trying to help. I'm sorry. Thank you very much.
Okay, the next, Hafiziera Guerra. I know I'm not pronouncing it properly. You want to come forward? And I think we're going to have a translator. You'll translate? Okay. We'll allow a little bit more time behind that, okay?
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
Estamos discutiendo también en este momento un tema de bullying. Mi hija, la semana pasada, hace 2 semanas, fue expulsada de la escuela por ser víctima de bullying, porque ella solo respondió en defensa.
We're here to discuss. We're here to discuss also an issue with bullying. My daughter was suspended 3 days because she was bullying. She was bullied by this girl, and she decided to fight back. and end up fighting with the girl.
Casualmente mi hija ha sido víctima de la misma niña agresora, la cual le hizo bullying a la muchachita que estuvo hace un momento aquí.
Ironically, my daughter has been bullied by the same girl that was bullying the young girl that was here earlier.
Cuando me llamaron por teléfono y me hicieron saber que mi hija era suspendida por 3 días, me cuestioné y pregunté por qué, si ella solo se había defendido.
When I was informed that my daughter was suspended, I started questioning myself why. She only defended herself.
Días después me enteré de que esta niña agresora no es la primera, lo ha hecho en repetidas ocasiones en la misma institución, en la misma escuela.
Days later, I found out that this girl is a repeat offender. She has done it several times in the same institution, the same school. She has bullied several other kids.
No entiendo, no comprendo las reglas, porque si esta niña tuvo antecedentes ya y piensan que con haberla suspendido 5 días, yo quiero entender si esto es la solución a este problema o esperamos a que haya una tragedia para que nosotros, los padres, maestros, ustedes presentes, tomemos cartas en el asunto y busquemos una solución. ¿Esperamos a que suceda una tragedia? Que si estamos esperando.
Are we waiting
Que haga una tragedia.
To have a tragedy?
Para que padres.
So parents,
Maestros.
Teachers,
Ustedes.
And you guys
tomemos cartas en el asunto.
Can take a decision. I don't understand why this girl has been only suspended for 5 days when she has done this several times.
Pienso que si la niña reiteró en varias ocasiones, la niña tiene un problema. Pienso yo que los maestros tienen un gran porcentaje de responsabilidad porque ellos evidentemente han notado este problema y no lo han comunicado con sus padres.
If the girl has committed the offense several times, I think it's the teacher's responsibility because they have noticed these behaviors and they have not informed the parents about the behaviors.
Necesito, por seguridad de mi hija, seguridad de todos los estudiantes y por seguridad de la misma niña agresora, que se solucione esto. No vengo a pedirlo, vengo a exigir que haya algo al respecto, porque a una niña así no puede continuar. Pienso.
I think
Que necesitamos poner una solución.
That we need to get to a solution, not only for the safety of my daughter and the kids, but also for the safety of this girl who is causing the issues.
Porque no podemos esperar a que las tragedias sucedan para entender y hacer algo al respecto.
Because we cannot wait for a tragedy to happen and start doing something about it. I'm not here to ask. I'm here to demand that something gets done about this situation.
Es todo, espero, de parte de ustedes, porque al parecer la escuela sabía de esta niña agresora y no volvió a reincidir con mi hija, reincidió con otra, la acosó con mensajes de texto, la acosó verbalmente y directores y maestros, sabiendo el expediente pasado, no hicieron nada al respecto.
And this is concerning because the teachers knew the other girl was being harassed by text message, verbally, physically, and the school didn't do anything about it. They knew that this girl had done it before and they didn't do anything.
No entiendo por qué están las reglas, no entiendo por qué las cosas siguen igual.
I don't understand why things doesn't change, why nothing changes.
La responsabilidad de lo que pasa en las escuelas es de los padres o de los maestros.
Thank you. Please wrap up.
the teacher's responsibility or the parent's responsibility what happens in schools.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Okay, the last two cards I'm accepting is Graham Stewart. Come forward. And Lily Devaney, you want to come up after him?
Good evening. My name is Graham Stewart. I'm a parent, a community member, and a teacher in the district. I would like to come and say thank you to all of you on the board, as a parent, for making the decision that you did about the curriculum last week. But really, as I really didn't get to speak as a teacher the last couple times I was up here, and I just want to say thank you for the new curriculum. When I started at Albiani Middle School 9 years ago, the textbooks are already old. They're already falling apart, and we're already holding them together with duct tape and just sheer will there at the end. We had even two versions of the textbook, because we had some that were piloted, then we had a different version, but the textbooks were so rare that we had to use the stuff that was piloted. So I'd have a kid read something, and it would be different than what was in everybody else's textbooks. So it was a tad bit of a mess sometimes. There was no mention of President Obama in these books. This was 9 years ago. So they're pretty outdated. I mean, I know it's a history class and everything, and we're talking about stuff hundreds of thousands of years ago, but it'd be nice to be a little current. When I got to Albiani 9 years ago, I was the lone man on the totem pole, so they gave me all the fun jobs to do for the History Social Science Department, and one of them was I served on the curriculum committee. And I served on the curriculum committee for a few years with Danielle Black's predecessor. And it was the easiest job that we had, because there was no money to do anything. So we sat there for an hour and a half and talked about whatever we wanted to talk about when we were supposed to be reviewing curriculum. I stayed on that for about 4 years. I told everybody, oh, it's terrible. I can't believe how much we have to do there. But I wanted to give public kudos to Danielle Black for her exhaustive and methodical review of the available curriculum. I can't remember seeing the McGraw-Hill that we adopted. I did go to the review and public comment, but I feel that after listening to her talk and talk about all the stuff that they did to pilot and to leave this open for comment, I'm very, very, I'm very secure in the knowledge that I'm sure it's going to be just exactly what we need. So that's it. I just want to say thank you and to thank Ms. Black in public, and keep it up.
Good evening. I actually wasn't planning on speaking tonight because I'm not feeling very well and I have no voice really, but I was asked to come here in support of the Andersons and the family of the young lady who tried to take her own life after being bullied, and wow. I've had my own son, you know, he's been bullied and everything, and now he is having to put a lock on his backpack because kids keep stealing things out of it. My younger son just recently told me that he's been getting bullied about his older brother. So because of what happened to his older brother, now my younger son, who we moved to a different school as well to avoid my older son's bully, is now being bullied about his brother. Kids are coming up to him like, your brother's a loser, your brother's a faggot. All these awful things. So much so that my husband is looking at relocating us out of state because it just doesn't seem to stop. I mean, my son has to put a lock on his backpack. My younger son just had his water bottle stolen again today. I know that there's only so much the campus supervisors can do. I know there's only so much that the teachers can do. But it just seems like the punishments aren't fitting the crimes. It seems like these kids just keep doing the same thing over and over and over again because there's no accountability. I know that we can't just reach into the homes and pull the parents out and smack them around and tell them to hold their kids accountable. I wish we could. But maybe we need harsher punishments for these kids so they'll actually stop. Maybe we need, if the parents aren't getting involved, I mean, I know for some kids a suspension is just a vacation at home. It's not, doesn't really do anything. I know that's truthful. My son, when he had an incident earlier this year with a kid that smacked him in the face, that kid was suspended for 3 days and came back and told my son, oh yeah, I just played Fortnite the whole time. So what is that kid learning? That kid's not learning anything. And I know that's not your guys' fault. That's the fault of his parents for not holding him accountable. But I mean, there's got to be something more that we can do to make the parents hold their kids accountable, holding parents accountable. I don't know what the answer is, but I just know I'm tired. I'm tired of coming up here. I'm tired of being asked to come and advocate and stand up for other parents. It's just, and now I'm sick and breathing all over this microphone. You might want to put some anti back on it, sorry. I'll stop now, thank you.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and move to our consent agenda. Ms. Albiani.
I'd like to call for a motion to approve items 1 through 20.
Motion. Moved by Bobby Singh Allen, second. Second by Crystal. All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Okay, Mr. Cerruti. Look at our 18-19 LCAP needs analysis survey results.
Thank you, President Madison, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. I appreciate the opportunity. This is the time of the year that I come and share with the board both an update on our process and the end result of the needs analysis work that we do over the course of the year as part of our LCAP development process. Tonight we'll review the feedback process. We'll also talk a bit about the structure of the new survey, the results, and then we'll review the final program and service priorities that have emerged through this process. As you've heard a number of folks come up and reference, all of our work is grounded in the learning system that we graphically represent through what's termed E4 to ensure that our kids are college, career, and life ready. We articulate that through our graduate profile. Our strategic goals are what guide the LCAP development process. And then this work needs to align with the 8 state priorities that are defined by California Department of Education and by California Ed Code as it relates to the LCAP. And just briefly, what is a needs analysis process? We have a very specific process. We refer to it as the decision-making model. Part of that is a thorough data analysis that results in a gap and cause analysis. It's a required process of the LCAP development process, and our schools go through this through the months of October through December is when this takes place. So as we've been doing since the LCAP process originated, we continue to look at both the end result of the LCAP itself as well as the process. And so there's 3 things that we've been focusing on this year, and some of these have been ongoing. One is the continuous evolution and continuous improvement of our site LCAP template, expanding stakeholder engagement, and then the third is I'm in the process of developing criteria that will assist our schools in being able to thoroughly understand all the aspects of the development of the site LCAP, which is crucial. Our site administrators do a terrific job with that, but this will be a tool that can assist them. In terms of stakeholder engagement, this is a listing of the various groups that we meet with over the course of the year, a comprehensive list. And as a reminder, the state requirement is that we meet with and engage with our DLAC, our District English Learner Advisory Committee, and then a district advisory committee, and we have a district advisory committee. I say that there can be any variety of terms or titles for a school district's advisory committee, but those are the two groups. We engage many more groups in the course of the process of the development of our LCAP and gaining feedback. These are the meetings that took place over the course of the year with a variety of those groups. And to list completely all of those, we include all of those in our LCAP, but there's been even further meetings because the key to this is also the success of our processes out at our school sites. And our site administrators are conducting a number of meetings over the course of the time when they're developing and gathering their information as they plan their site plans. So this is the approach that we took specific to the LCAP survey and the process we used. So this is just a brief overview. We've been, I think, fairly successful in ensuring that we've been getting a broad base of feedback. But we did analyze the survey itself, and it did have rather technical language. When you start to align it to 8 state priorities, and if I go back to the slide, I won't unless folks want me, but if you go back to those 8 state priorities, oftentimes a lot of the language on the survey was an explanation of the language on the survey. The other is that it was a single survey that we were trying to utilize with all 3 stakeholder groups, our kids, our staff, and our parents and community. And so the solution was a customized survey. And I'll talk in just a second about the strategies we took in the development of that survey that included the stakeholders themselves. Previously, what folks were doing was identifying top 3 areas of interest, and they weren't ranked. And so you'll see when we identify and I compare last year's needs analysis to this year's needs analysis, what we moved to is a uniform importance scale, meaning rank them. And so there's a ranking that they went through, and then we took specific steps to increase the response rates. And I want to give a shout out to Ms. Pinkerton and her resources in our communications department, because they did a terrific job of providing videos and resources and pushing information out to our sites, as well as information using a variety of media to get it out and encouraging and engaging our folks in the process. And so the development process itself, we were actually involved in a project and are currently involved in a project with West Ed and 2 others, I believe it's 2 other school districts. And part of that is the development of specific products, processes that are proving to be successful, with the idea that West Ed will take that information and share it so that we can, kind of a community of practice, so that statewide the LCAP development process can continue to improve. So that's been very beneficial. Close collaboration with CPL, research and evaluation, pre-K 6 and secondary ed. Want to give a significant shout out also to Geraldine Ewing in curriculum and professional learning. She was a direct partner of me working with the West Ed group and in the development of the survey, as well as Christine Hakito, Jeremy Hinshaw, and folks in research and evaluation who did a terrific job. I mean, literally going out and working and meeting directly with kids and talking about what language and what verbiage in the survey would be most meaningful to them. Working with elementary principals, for example, because we were curious as to, can we get meaningful feedback from elementary kids and at what grade level? So we were exploring it heavily to ensure that we're getting student voice. Demoing it with our parents and with our Superintendent Hoffman's parent advisory was also extremely helpful. So we had an opportunity, excuse me, we had an opportunity to roll that out to that group and immediately get feedback in terms of its usability. So we took some time in terms of developing that and having the end users give us feedback. Just going to run quickly through some open-ended questions because the survey itself asked folks to rank a series of responses. And you'll see that these open-ended questions, that enables us to also, is there anything else you would like to share? So I just want to point out to the board that with each of the surveys, there was that opportunity. And while they're not numbered, each of those questions aligns to one of the strategic goals. So you can see the first one is related to curriculum and instruction in the classroom. The second is related to student and program assessment. The third is wellness, and the fourth, family and community engagement, and that's the areas of our 4 strategic goals. So that's the open-ended questions for kids. Those are the open-ended questions for our parents. And just a quick comment also, the data, all of our school sites get their individual data, and then we gather it district-wide. And so every principal is able to go in and see literally every open-ended question as well as the data responses from their individual constituencies. And they're the open-ended questions for our staff. And so in terms of the survey participation, we had the numbers as are indicated from our students, our parents, and our staff. And then this next slide will indicate the change from last year and over the past several years. So this indicates what took place. And so the most significant is obviously the response from kids. So that represents about 55% of the respondent rates from each of the grade levels. So we were getting over half of the student population in those grade areas. You'll see a statistically significant jump with staff, but you'll also see a slight reduction from parents, so our parents and community. So that's an area that we'll be focusing on in terms of why did we see that. One of the things that will happen is we'll be getting, in fact, I've got a meeting this week with Ms. Hikito, and she and I have already had conversations, and we're going to be then getting feedback from constituencies in terms of, okay, so we did this, and in terms of response rates, we had a significant jump. And as we'll see in just a moment, it results in a different set of feedback. The areas of priority shifted as a result of this, and that's what we should see. We should see a stronger voice from our constituents. But we will be looking at getting feedback in terms of the survey itself, our strategies to get feedback. Our principals did an incredible job. At the secondary level, they were building it in, and it was a requirement at the secondary level. Build this into your classroom experiences so that we can get high rates of return. And then we were exploring it at the elementary level. So we'll be talking to our principals, and we'll be saying, so how did it work? What were some best practices? And what do we want to look at next year in terms of continuing to increase both numbers and quality of the feedback that we received? Lastly, when we get the feedback, the survey itself, we opened it up through the month of December and into the 3rd week of January. Next year, we'll have all the updates to it will be completed by May. So our principals will have the opportunity to begin gathering feedback as early as September and October when their site data comes out. So for example, we were hearing from our principals, and they were saying it'd be great if we had the survey earlier, because when they're having open houses and they're doing those things, they can set up computers and invite parents to sit down in a variety of settings. And so we would anticipate there are some things that we can do to increase that parent feedback area that we're looking at. And so this will be the comparison, and I can toggle back and forth if need be. So these are the priorities that we are operating under this year that emerged a year ago. This is what I shared. They are not in rank order because we can't rank order them because they were simply their top 3 areas of priority as it emerged. And so you can see those, and they were fairly consistent over the past 3 years. There were some minor changes, but as I brought this forward to the board in the past, you may recall what I would do is literally do parallel columns, and then I would highlight in red the changes that took place. I didn't do that this year because we're really talking about a very different survey that gave us very different results. And so these are the priorities from our kids, and those are the top 12. And there's actually 23 different areas that kids can respond to. So if the question is, well, why didn't we list all 23? It's simply because it would have been either very small print, but these were the top 12, and if anybody wants to see the remaining 11 in terms of their priority, we have those, and our sites have these individually as well. So sites can get their data specific to their site, but it can look exactly like this. In terms of our parents, here's what the feedback looks like, and you can see, I'll leave that there for just a second, but if we go back and forth between the kids and the parents, you can see some of the top 2, 3, and 4. You're seeing good teachers and safe schools. Seems pretty logical, but if we go back here, that isn't necessarily as distinct as it was called out, and this is as a result of a refined survey that we're using that can get us more granular information. And in terms of our staff, safe schools, clean schools, counselors are seen as a high priority. New and aligned curriculum, technology. These are the areas from staff. And then when we lump it all together, and just as the strategy that we use, if we go back here very quickly, if we lump everything together and just continue to just count votes, obviously the kids are going to dominate everything. And so we use a simple mathematic approach that levels all of those. And so what happens then is this is how the priorities when you combine all of them. So good teachers and safe schools remain number 1 and 2. Classrooms where kids feel welcome. Clean schools, our counselors. Regular feedback from our teachers. Technology. And curriculum aligned to state standards and extracurricular activities. So a robust educational program. So I bring these to you because what I do every year is certainly respond to any questions. If the board has any adjustments that they would like to make to this, obviously we would include anything that the board has, and then this becomes an important document because as we're building our budget, we should be having this in mind as the priorities of our constituents. And just as a reminder, I may be coming back prior to that, but certainly June 11th and June 25th is when Ms. Hayes and I come with our budget and the LCAP, with ultimately a recommendation for approval of both on June 25th. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, Ms. Bobby Siang.
Thank you, Mr. Madison. First of all, excellent report. I really particularly liked seeing the high level of stakeholder engagement and being able to compare and contrast the various results. I think that's very helpful to see and really hone in on some of those common themes. Do we get mostly the same families participating in surveys? Like, do we actually track who versus, and seeing if there's some common, the usual suspects that are typically the ones that are responding? Particularly when it comes to the parent group. Do we track that?
I'm going to look over my shoulder. I believe the answer is we don't track it by specific name. I'm going to look over my shoulder and I'm getting a no, we do not. And so what they do is there's a drop-down box where they can indicate parent and so on and so forth. But I'm going to take down these questions because one of the things that we'll do when we're asking ourselves, so what can we tweak and what can we modify?
Yeah.
That we'll certainly take that into consideration. One of the things, and this isn't a backhanded way of going, we don't want to do that. Anytime we're giving surveys, we always ask the question, do we want anybody to identify and to what degree? Because there can be valid reasons why you want to do that, and then there can be times when you don't because it may hinder people from participating.
Well, the reason I ask that is just to if it's the same folks that are always participating in everything, then, how are we growing and learning?
Absolutely understood. It's a great question, and we'll take all these into consideration and any feedback that you have in terms of modifications to our process in the future. That's great.
Because one piece, just on the student piece last year, one thing that we noticed is we actually got the responses from a relatively few number of schools. So one of the things you notice this year is we kept that in mind as we integrated it this year, and we had far more schools involved at relatively high numbers. So one of the pieces from the parent piece, well, people want to be able to share without letting them, knowing who they are necessarily,
Right.
making sure we're paying attention to, are we getting a spread across the
Yeah.
entire district with the respondents that are participating? So that's one way to pay attention to it.
I do think what we'll see is part of the reason that we saw such a significant jump, both with kids but also with staff. There's over 1,000 more staff members
Right.
that filled this out. And with staff, that goes to I give a shout out to our bargaining unit leaders and whatnot, and I'll be sharing this information, pushing this out to them. And what we can do is let them know and see the disaggregation in terms of responses by bargaining unit, because we have that, because it's a controlled group. We have them in-house, right? And the same thing we can do with staff, and we gave as Superintendent Hoffman indicated, we gave clear direction at the secondary level, and again, we're wading into it with our elementary folks, but at the secondary level, you need to build this into meetings that you're having with your staff to ensure that the goal is 100% of your staff.
Right.
And the goal is we could get, the goal would be 95 to 98% of your kids responding. With parents, now it's more passive and you're pushing it out, but that's actually why it was at an elementary principals meeting, and they were saying we have multiple times over the course of first semester when they are on our campus, and then they're more inclined to come on over and sit down and take 10 minutes, and we've got computers set up for you. So we'll definitely be taking strategies to ensure we get a broad base of responses.
That's excellent. So sort of a continuation of that same line of questioning, do we track, and this particularly for students, but I would be interested all across the board, are we tracking data as it relates to ethnic groups to basically compare and contrast if their experiences and responses are commensurate with the total population, or are some subgroups having a different experience for, their opinions of a safe school and so on and so forth? So
We currently are not. But it's a really good question, and that's absolutely, we can add, that's a simple drop-down box when you're indicating I'm a student and any other information that we could get so we could begin to disaggregate and see.
Okay,
Yep.
Thank you. That's
Great
all I have
question.
for now.
Crystal?
Thank you for the report. A lot of information in here. My question is, because I know in the past we've seen participation from certain sites. So I was just curious to know, in the past, do we have designated timelines or dates of specific events or workshops where they're given an opportunity for parents to come to the school site and take the survey? And then what about making sure that what's been successful for those school sites that have the higher amount of surveys and it's worked for them, how can we implement that across all sites?
So the steps that we took, so at the secondary level, we had, as Superintendent Hoffman indicated, it was Franklin and Albiani. So prior to us giving a clearer mandate and expectation, and the question could be, well, why didn't we do that 2 years ago? It's because we've been developing surveys and moving along as we've gone. Could we have made changes more quickly and been more efficient? Yeah, I think we always can be more efficient. But we specifically asked them, so what did you do? And their answer was pretty straightforward. It was, we built it into third period or whatever, and it was we had Chromebooks and the kids sat down and that's what they did. So that was the expectation for all of our schools, and we had the vast majority of schools, the numbers are very high at the secondary level. We had a few that were anomalies, and the numbers weren't there. So Mr. Murray and the directors went out, and we didn't beat anybody over the head, but we said, so the expectations were, so where and how did we fall short, and what can we do to support you? At the elementary, we do have some schools where we saw some in the hundreds and some maybe in the tens. So at this point, we're not going out and saying, so why did you have so few? The answer is, so what did we do over here to get so many? And then the question is, did you do 5th and 6th grade? Did you do 6th grade only? Did you do 4th? What did we do? So I believe what you're going to see is you're going to see a uniform increase at the elementary level as well.
Okay. And then I was also thinking with sometimes our other grade levels, if it might be possible for parent conferences or teacher conferences prior to a parent coming in the classroom, maybe they can have a few minutes to fill out a survey, or even back to school night or different fairs we have on campus where we're having the parents attend, like the cultural fairs, the multicultural fairs, and having something designated on the sideline. I see just overall with the themes that it's interesting to me because it seems like the staff, the students, and the parents are very relatable as far as patterns from what I see with school safety being one of their priorities, and so welcoming school environment as well. So I just would like to have more numbers increased if possible, data, and I know that's done gradually over time, but I'm just thinking of what other avenues or events that we can really make sure that that information is there for the parents to fill out as well as the student and child enrolled.
I think a key to it will be the fact that we will have a survey that is available and open, meaning it's open to be used by September 1st, not the end of November. And so we all know the activities that take place in the fall and the traditional startups and everything that can take place first semester. So we can literally leave it open for 3.5 to 4 months and enable multiple opportunities for our folks to reach out to our families. So we hope we're going to see some change. Thank you.
I had a few quick questions. One, they've hit upon trying to track who is answering it a little bit without giving away being anonymous. I think there could be a drop down that said, how many times have you taken the survey, an LCAP survey? It could be, this is my first time, 1, 2, 3 years. That gives us an idea what's going on without someone feeling like we're tracking them, to me. So are we sending it out in, how many languages did we send it out in to parents?
So the survey is translated into our the three languages that meet the threshold. So it's Spanish, Vietnamese, and Hmong.
Okay, and then was the video attached to it this year? We did that video. Do you know what I'm talking, Santi? Was the video attached to it this year? It was a fabulous video. I just think it's got to help parent participation.
Thank you. Yes, thanks to the SECC who helped us put that together, our Franklin High School's Wildcat TV program. They did a great job. The video was attached in a couple of ways. We isolated using the video through social media first during the actual winter break to see how many respondents, and we did get respondents. So that's without any kind of communication from the school or anything. The video itself did well on social media. And then prior to, we used mostly just graphics, sliders, information about the survey links, et cetera. Schools were able to utilize that along with the PowerPoint slide, et cetera. Then right after break, when we knew at least everybody was coming back, then we relaunched an email campaign using that attached the video. So the first thing that people saw was the video. Unfortunately, we can't put 4 videos on one email.
Yeah.
And one of the things that we can look to for next year is how do we enhance the video, use the same kind of content, it's clear content, and then make sure it's also in different languages.
I couldn't remember if I'd seen it through a board thing or if it was sent to me, so I think it was sent to me. It was excellent, and I think making it available for schools to use in any kind of parent way or putting it on their school webpage, because many parents go there often.
And the SEC also ran it on Channel 14 on cable TV.
Oh, how cool. Well, they talked about you've already got going where parents are coming. And I agree with Bobby. I think it's important that we get an idea that we're seeing who we're seeing these responses from to make sure that we are being representative of our diverse community.
Nancy?
Thank you very much. I just want to associate myself with Bobby's comments about the need to disaggregate data by ethnicity in our LCAP subgroups. I was also intrigued by the consistency of clean schools being a priority. I think it was number 4 on all of the lists where it appeared. So I presume that when you guys developed this list of 23 topics from which they could choose their priorities, they were designed to indicate to us something actionable. So how are we meant to interpret the fact that clean schools was a high priority so consistently? Like what specifically about that? What are people asking for?
I want to make sure I understand the question, ma'am. So is it what prompts were provided that elicited that response?
How are we meant to interpret that this is a priority?
So in terms of, because it could mean we really like our schools which are clean, or it could mean we really want clean schools because we think that they're not clean.
Right.
Right?
That's what I'm asking. So how do we act on this information?
And so a lot of that work when our principals are sitting down, because at the school sites, when they have that data, that's where they dig in. And that's exactly where they dig in, and they start to look at, so what's causing the responses, and what does it mean, and what does it mean for us? And so that's the strategy, to take this data and then get at the underlying, what does it mean for us? But at this point in time, I can't give you a specific answer to say this is exactly how we interpreted that information, or what caused that specific response, and is it because I really like it's a positive response, or it's a gap that I currently see.
Right.
That comes through when you sit down with your team and identify the pros and cons of your school.
Okay.
But what we can certainly do, because the question that you're asking lends itself to what we want is clarity. And so that can lend itself. We'll look at the prompts that elicit the responses, because also if what it said in a real crystal clear manner is we like our schools because they're clean, that provides a different level of clarity.
Another place to try to get information is in the free response. A lot of times people will follow up in those pieces and be able to give comments that might be able to match back up with some of the individual topics that came up. So that's a place to go back and take a look through and see if there's anything we can glean from the open-ended questions. Do they match back up? If it talks about clean schools, are they consistently saying, I like it because my school is clean, or is it examples of the school not being clean?
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Fortina?
Oh, you're waiting on me? I thought Nancy. I don't have any specific questions. The questions asked by my colleagues go along the line of a particular question I have, which I've had multiple opportunities to discuss with Mr. Cerruti, and it's something that is, to me, that's inherent with all surveys, and that is responses without specificity or just responses. It gives you information, but it doesn't give you information to act on. So I have no questions.
Okay, thank you. Okay, appreciate the report today. It was informative. Just a few things, my colleagues, I wrote down, we want to disaggregate a lot, in terms of our schools. And as we know, the LCAP is going to be revised with a lot more stringency towards parent participation that's coming out. I'm sure you're aware of that on the new revision, I think, that was coming out. I too had a concern too about the surveys and, in all fairness, where it came from. Is it 9 comprehensive high schools? Did most of them come from 6 of them with strong information on there? And that's a concern. And I would like to see, as we move forward with our high schools, some type of representatives from all of our high schools. If it's a task force that's part of the LCAP process, we ought to be able to do something like that through all of our schools to feel that they are part of it. The surveys are nice. They go out. Some kids fill them out, some don't, even though we showed the improvements on them, but we don't know where it came from.
Well, we do know where they came from, though.
Okay, I'm sorry. We know where they come from, but from an equity standpoint, where are they coming from?
in terms of it at the individual, if that's going back,
What
as
Ms.
Ms.
Singh
Singh Allen,
Allen,
the
exactly.
disaggregation of student
Yes.
subgroups.
Right. We're concerned about that. Again, the parents' involvement, that's going to be a big coming issue too, how creative we are to get more of a diverse group of parents that's participating in the LCAP process, particularly some of our schools that are underrepresented. So I'm concerned about that as well. And then also I noticed one of the top 3 is the school safety. And I've talked to the superintendent a little bit about it, and what I'd like to see is a presentation from our security department maybe twice a year that could tell the public and tell us what are we doing as it relates to some of the bullying and what's going on in each of our comprehensive, well, actually all of our high schools particularly. We've got a pretty good staff out there now, security with SROs. I'm sure they're meeting, they know what's going on, but we don't get an opportunity to hear a lot of what's happening internally with our security department. And I would appreciate that we move forward on that as well. Again, there's going to be coming this year for the 1920 school year, I'm sure some revision from the state and some of the requirements that we have on there, but I just wanted to give some of the.
Yeah, the template is out, and I'm in the process right now of filling that out.
I'm sure you are.
So,
and the dashboard will be right along with it. Right? Okay.
Yep. They made some modifications to the template itself. The primary modifications are related to the CSI and TSI schools. Those are the primary areas of modification. Otherwise, it's fairly similar beyond that. But we're in the process. We're in the process right now of developing that.
I would hope so.
We are.
I'm
Yes, sir.
on top of it myself. Okay. All right. Appreciate that.
Thank you all very, very much.
Okay. Do we have any bargaining units come up? None. Okay. Okay, Mr. Rob Pierce on series 2019 bonds and lease financing.
Thank you, President Madison, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, Ms. Avalos. Very happy to be before you tonight. This is a follow-up item to your January 15th board meeting where you authorized a lease financing for additional dollars for the new Franklin Elementary School. And on the same evening, you also approved a resolution authorizing a bond sale under Measure M. It's the second series, not to exceed $121 million. On February 5th, we had a very successful closing of the lease financing, and we also conducted the Measure M Series 2019 bond sale. So with me, of course, tonight is Ms. Lori Ranieri. You know Lori well. We're delighted to produce the results to you tonight. And with that, I will turn it over to Ms. Ranieri and load her up.
Good evening. It's nice to be here. Thank you. I know it's late, so we're going to be brief. And obviously, for anyone who's watching the video of this, as I know that our staff in the office like to do later, I know you've read the material that we've included in your board report, and you may have questions on that as well. But I'm going to go quickly, and certainly I want to encourage anybody who comes across this material later to know we're always happy to take questions, even if they come in a week or a year. So quickly, I'm going to start with the lease financing and go through the sale process and results, the Government Finance Officers Association best practices that we utilized, end with an updated look at our debt portfolio that relates to CFD number 1, and then there's additional information in the for reference, including the last presentation we had on this topic. Now, the next few slides have a lot of detail, and I know you've read this, but I just wanted to remind you that we did this lease purchase financing in a way that's a little different than how we have sold our bonds or our certificates of participation. We did what's called a private placement, which means these were not securities publicly offered for just anybody to invest in, but reserved only for sophisticated investors. And why did we do that? Because it's less expensive. if you can sell the whole thing to one investor, and we don't have to put all the protections in that we have to for what we call the widows and orphans who buy municipal bonds, it's less expensive for the school district. And why don't we do that with our other financings? They're too large to get into the private placement market. This was small enough and short enough that we were able to do the private placement, and we recommended that to you when we presented in December, and that's just how we proceeded. But we still like to have competition. So the first thing that we had to do was we had to bring into the process what's called a placement agent, or basically a broker-dealer, or also called an underwriter, also called an investment banker, to represent the banks. Now, it used to be, before the Dodd-Frank Act of 2010, we used to just go straight to banks if we had a school district wanting to borrow. But believe it or not, the United States Congress decided that the banks needed to be protected from the Elk Grove Unified School District, and they need to be represented. You're represented by a financial advisor. They need to be represented. So we had to bring in that extra layer, but we don't want to pay too much for that. So we actually did a request for proposal, and we had 4 proposers, and some of the names might be familiar. You might have heard of Raymond James. I think that's probably one of the better known names here. I actually have an account at Raymond James. Hilltop, Brandis Tallman, and Backstrom McCarley may be firms that you wouldn't have heard of, but they specialize in this field of finding banks that want to buy on a private placement basis securities from public agencies. And so Brandis Tallman won our RFP process, and then the next thing was for Brandis Tallman to conduct a competitive process to locate the bank who would be our lender. And you can see we had all these proposals, and you can see that Brandis Tallman went out of their way to use a very small font. So we're going to pay attention to the top 2 bidders, because this was an interesting thing. Our top bidder, that was the cheapest bidder, was the lowest cost, but there was risk because they wanted some of the interest rates to be variable rate. So we went with our second place bidder because we were able to lock everything in, and so that we thought was a better bid, and it also allowed us a better prepayment option, 60-day lock on the rate, and even though they had a higher fee, it was a lower true interest cost. So our winning bidder was Municipal Finance Corporation. Now, it was a tough call, but I want to share with you that Mr. Pierce is a fantastic client to have. There's a lot of people that are not interested in finance, and they'll say, whatever you think. And I really appreciate that we get very thoughtful conversations with him when a decision is to be made, and we really feel that both our advice is being taken into account, but the district is making the right decision for itself. So we really appreciate that. Now, the interest rate that we had budgeted for was 3.95. We got just under 3.5. Our cost of issuance were less than budgeted, so we were able to achieve our debt service goal, little below that, and pay less to get it. So the next thing is, what was our goal in doing this financing? We were trying to get $12.5 million, and we wanted to have coverage over the debt service of 110% of our available special tax revenues, because we have other debt to pay, and we wanted that 10% cushion. So those were the parameters under which we went forward. We achieved over 111% coverage, meaning that we stayed under the amount that we wanted to pay every year. And then you can see here our par amount. We ended up borrowing $23,000 less because our cost of issuance were $23,000. So even though there's a lot of numbers here, it's less numbers with this lease purchase than you're going to see in a minute with our bonds, because it's a simpler transaction private placement. It's one interest rate, one investor, one term, one call option. That's it. The only complication really is this placement agent thing. Now, we followed all the GFOA best practices that we thought were appropriate. The district has a debt management policy. You've selected and used a municipal advisor. That's our firm. You follow best practices in selecting bond counsel. That's Lozano Smith. We follow the best practices in arranging a bank loan. We follow best practices in the method of sale and the debt issuance transaction costs. So with that, there's our portfolio. And you can see what's nice about our portfolio is our borrowing, both the COPs that we did in 2016 and this last borrowing, this was a little cheaper, but we're only paying about $1.50 per dollar borrowed. So that's pretty cheap. If you think about your mortgage, most people are paying $2, $2.50, some people paying $3 back for $1 borrowed. At $1.50, this is tremendous value. It's really important with the borrowing against our special tax revenues because those dollars are set according to a formula, and for every dollar borrowed, we want to pay back as little as possible so we have more dollars to spend on facilities. So this is a big success for our CFD taxpayers in terms of the value that we can deliver to them. Any questions about the lease purchase and Community Facilities District number 1? Okay, we'll roll right into Measure M, which is a little bit different. I mentioned specifically with this lease purchase, it was small and short. This is just the opposite. This was big, and we garnered a lot of attention in the bond market. So it's going to be a very similar presentation, hopefully with less typos, which I just blew right by. Maybe you caught them. And I'm going to send you corrected versions of both of these for the record tomorrow. Because, of course, no matter how many times I read these, there are still at least 2 typos I catch when I'm sitting in the back of your room. And I think it has something to do with the vortex that my material goes through when I walk through into the boardroom. So, in any case, we had ratings from Moody's Investor Service and Fitch. And most people have heard of the top 2, Standard & Poor's and Moody's. Fitch is trying to come on strong. They actually offer the ability to get a AAA rating on California general obligation bonds if we pay our lawyer extra and get a legal opinion that says the bonds will not be tied up in a bankruptcy proceeding. So this is a very interesting thing because the rating criteria are administered in all 50 states, Guam and Puerto Rico. And I used to say that, and people used to laugh a little bit when I said Guam and Puerto Rico. Oh, do they issue bonds? But if you pay attention to the financial news, you know that Puerto Rico has issued bonds and unfortunately issued a little bit too much. So we were able to get the AAA rating because we're a very highly rated issuer. We're a AA rated issuer on our own, but our general obligation bonds could get into that AAA rating category because the legal opinion said if for some reason there's a financial problem in the district, these tax revenues are secure and only usable for the bonds. So that's really great because that opens the market to more potential bidders. So we had a competitive bid process. You may recall that one of the fun things our firm does is we always set the bid deadline at 5 minutes past. You know, in this case, we did it at 8:35. That's an old tradition we've had because we set it originally at 5 minutes past because we didn't want somebody to be a minute late. We don't want them to come in at 8:31 and go, oh, shoot, I missed it. Now, nowadays, it's all done by computer. The computer will not let them fail on this, but we still do it because it makes everybody chuckle. And interestingly enough, it's a very personal thing. These people who are sending in the bids, they have lots to do every single day. They can bid on our bonds, they can buy bonds in the secondary market, they can bid on whatever the New York Dormitory Authority is selling. So by making it a little fun for them, we get their attention, and that's important. So we use this internet bidding system which cannot make up its mind. It's called iPrio on their website and also Parity. So they like both those names. This is available to anybody who is qualified to bid, who's a broker-dealer. So an individual couldn't necessarily get on iPrio and their Parity bid system, but everybody in the market has access to it. And we notify people in the bond buyer newspaper. The reason we do that is if a bidder did not have access to iPrio and wanted to bid, we'd work with them to get them access, but nobody contacted us wanting that. The other thing we do is that we allow some flexibility in how they bid and how they make their money, because the way we think of it is we're selling this entire bond issue. It's like a truck full of groceries being delivered to the grocery store. Some stores are going to want to make money on the cigarettes and the beer, and other stores might want to get the same profit on everything they're selling. Well, we give them flexibility on how they're going to take their profit, because what we care about is selling that truckload of bonds, so to speak, at the lowest price for our taxpayers. And having that is another reason that people like to bid, because they have more options for how they make their money. Now, of course, we're in a volatile market, and this might scare you if you hadn't been paying attention to our past presentations. I'm not getting a red thing, so I won't use it, but you know that interest rates have risen since we started this whole process, and you might think, oh my gosh, does that make our program not feasible? Well, we assumed that interest rates would rise. And you might say, well, why didn't you assume that they would drop? And I'm like, because I don't have to worry about that. That makes my life easy. I assume the worst and I hope for the best. So all of our assumptions, all of our modeling was based on a market that was going to go up, and it did. But we still did better than we expected. So what these graphs are showing is we're showing you the market AAA interest rate, then we're showing you how we adjust it for the timing of when we're selling the bonds, the credit rating, et cetera. And you can see the green and the blue are the adjustments that we made, the dotted lines, and then the actual, those are diamond shapes. Those are the interest rates that we actually got, both when we sold the first series of bonds 2 years ago and now. So we not only assumed that interest rates would go up, we assume the more time they go up more. Does that make sense? Because there's more room for volatility just based on understanding probability. The more time involved, the more opportunity there is for something to go wrong. Does that make sense? Interest rates go up every day or go down every day. The more days we have, the more movement we have. So as we looked out in the future, we actually planned for volatility for every series of bonds from the day we did the original plan to the day we intended to sell it. So what happened? We had 8 bids. Bank of America Merrill Lynch was our winning bid. And interestingly, Citi was what we call our cover bid, our second place bidder. And they were our top 1 and 2 when we sold GO bonds 2 years ago. So part of the reason for that, in my opinion, is they've done their credit analysis. Bank of America had done its credit analysis because they bid and they bought. But Citi also had already a pretty fresh credit analysis, easy for them to update, easy for them to play here. Our third place bidder was JP Morgan. They dropped to 6th on this time. But selling $121 million worth of bonds gets a lot of attention in the marketplace. And what we've shown here in the graph is how much difference in dollars these bids were. Because you see 3.68, 3.74, to most people, or at least to my mom, those would be the same number. Right? When I'm trying to be very precise with numbers, she's like, oh yeah, you said 3 something. But 368 and 374 are very different to us. Now, those are the true interest costs accounting for all the different interest rates and all the different maturities, but you can see in dollars the difference. So the difference between what Citi and Bank of America was willing to pay was almost $1 million. The difference between the first place bid and the last place bid was $1.6 million. That, to me, that is direct savings to taxpayers, because a lot of people wouldn't know the difference and they could take any of those bids, but we want the lowest bid. And the other thing that's interesting is where these bids came from. Most of the investors in these bonds live in California because they're tax-free federal government and tax-free state government. And that state tax exemption is becoming ever more important with the changes in the tax bill. But look at where the bids came from. They came from mostly the East Coast and 1 bid from Chicago, Illinois. And I don't know, do you consider Charlotte, North Carolina the East Coast? I guess it's touching the Atlantic Ocean there. I don't know. I always think of it as the South, but it's North Carolina, and I'm not from that part of the country, and the whole thing is confusing to me. Even Red Bank, New Jersey. Baird is a firm you probably haven't heard from, but they played in this market. Now, why are these bids coming from the East Coast, and why are we getting firms you never heard of? They're coming from the East Coast because of the size. The decision is big enough. They don't want it made in the San Francisco office. They want it made in the head office. Now, why do we see Red Bank, New Jersey, Baird? Baird is a great example of what I like to call the rise of the regionals. The Great Recession took out a lot of the big names, and they're struggling to come back. And some of these regional firms really got into the game during the recession, and they're still staying there. So that's American capitalism for you. Okay, here's the same sources and uses table I've shown you before, and I just showed you for the lease purchase, so you can see what our pre-sale estimate, and yes, there's another typo. We did not do our pre-sale estimate in 2016. We did it in 2019. But I'm still writing 2018 on my checks. So you can see the difference from the pre-sale, about a $50,000 difference in the premium bid. We got a larger premium. We like getting a larger premium, but really that's an option on the part of the bidder. So that was something that was nice. Our cost of issuance, $30,000 less than expected. Again, we try to be conservative. They came in less. And so you can see how everything shook out here. And in the end, we got higher proceeds and lower debt service. So we got $30,000 more in proceeds because we saved on the cost of issuance. So nobody's writing home to tell my mother about that, But we did get 27 million less in debt service, not 243. I apologize, that's yet another typo I wish I'd caught before tonight. So if you want to just mark that 243 in the title, it's 27 million as indicated on the graph. Thanks to Excel that the numbers are all tied in Excel, but they make us type our own titles, and that's where we have typos. So I apologize for that, but 27 million. So put another way, in terms of budgeting, taxpayers are paying 27 million less on these 2019 bonds than we originally budgeted for them to pay. Now, where do they see that? They see that on their tax bill, and you can see this graph is showing you our target tax rate is $38, and we're now averaging, our projection is $35.49. Now, you might say, if we're doing better than 38, why don't we do something like pay it off quicker? Because we have several more bond sales to go. And where we'll make those adjustments, we have the most uncertainty with the bonds we haven't sold yet, right? So we're leaving some room in there so that we can get those sold on time, on schedule, and make sure that Ms. Bell has money in the account when she's trying to let contracts, right? So it's a conservative plan. I'm glad to be here with better news each time. And so it might sound like we're sandbagging. But you might remember, and if you go into the back and you look at the for reference material, we're not sandbagging. All of our numbers are reasonably conservative to give us room to move forward in a bad market, but with room for upside when things are better. So again, we followed as many of the GFOA, Government Finance Officers Association best practices. You can read all of them online. There are several dozen. One that is noted here is using credit rating agencies and having that AA credit rating from Moody's plus the AAA from Fitch definitely garnered us a lot of attention. And then here's a look at our debt portfolio. And on these bonds, which these are a little longer than our lease purchase borrowing, and nothing has been refinanced yet. Our lease purchase borrowing, you know, our special tax bonds, we've had one refi, then we had the COP and the lease purchase. But we're at $1.73 to 1. So for these first two sales, that's the worst it's going to get because those are fixed rate borrowings, those are locked in. Hopefully in the future we'll be able to refinance and do even better. And you might be thinking, well, Lori, how do you know that we'll be able to refinance? Will interest rates go down? Even if they don't go down, I'm willing to bet that time will pass. So right now we're issuing long-term bonds. In 10 years, we'll be able to swap them out for shorter-term bonds. And even if interest rates go up, hopefully the shorter-term bonds will be available at a lower rate than the long-term bonds are today. Does that make sense? Okay, so this has been a great result. Lower debt service than budgeted, less taxes, and more proceeds for projects. So thank you. I know it's late. I appreciate your attention, and I'll be glad to answer any questions.
All right, any questions from the board?
I have no question. I just like to say I just enjoy it when you're here. It's thorough, it's complete, it's fun. Thank you.
A very good report. And again, as I echo, very thorough, and it's fun to listen to you on it. And these are all huge numbers that relates to our taxpayers and educating kids. So thank you a lot.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to ditto both of those comments. Thank you for educating us. We appreciate it.
Okay, and I will also, I apologize, I forgot to thank Mr. Pierce, Mr. Wall, and Ms. Bell for joining us in our office for the sale. We really enjoyed having them, and we got into the deep underbelly of all of this, so that was really fun too. So thank you.
Thank you.
And I'd just be remiss if I didn't thank Ms. Ranieri and her staff. Their diligence, obviously the expertise speaks for itself when you hear Lori talk about these things, but they keep us safe. They take care of our dollars and the taxpayer dollars. She threw me a kudo there earlier, but she challenges you to understand these things and to make decisions that are in the best interest of the district and the taxpayers. But also what comes through in all this is our relationships with the rating agencies. I think the relationships with the bidders as well. There's a level of trust and legitimacy that's there, and I've worked with a number of financial advisors, and I can say that these instances in Ms. Ranieri's work are truly different, and they're different in a very good way. So I just want to thank them for their work. There's a lot of work behind this, months and months of work, and then once we pull the trigger on these things, we're all very busy every day making this all happen. So I just want to thank them and also our bond counsel.
Well, thank you. Thank you for presenting it to the public and to the Board of Education. We appreciate it very much. So with that, we're going to have, we'll take a 5 quick minute break, 5 minutes, board members, and we'll reconvene in 5 short minutes. Okay, we're going to start back again. Mr. Riley, come forward. Where's Dave? He will consideration of public notice of PSWA initial proposal to the district regarding collective bargaining.
Good evening, President, excuse me, Madison, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman. Thought I'd join us.
Nice. Anytime.
Ms. Avalos. Pursuant to Government Code Section 3547, the following are stipulated for negotiations between a bargaining unit and the district. 1, the union's initial proposal is officially presented at a public meeting of the governing board for public notice. And 2, a public hearing is conducted to receive public input regarding the union's initial proposal. PSWA's initial proposal is attached. It is recommended that after the closure of the public hearing, that the board take action to accept PSWA's initial proposal.
Okay, I'd like to call for a public hearing. Seeing none, I'll close that public hearing and ask for a motion.
So moved.
Been moved by Nancy. Second. By Bobby. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Okay, Mr. Riley, for the public notice of the Elko Union District for proposal AFSCME.
Also pursuant to Government Code Section 3547, the following are stipulated for negotiations between a bargaining unit and the district. 1, the district's initial proposal is officially presented at a public meeting of the governing board for public notice. And 2, a public hearing is conducted to receive public input regarding the district's initial proposal. The district's initial proposal is attached. It is recommended that after the closure of the public hearing, the board take action to accept the district's initial proposal to AFSCME.
Okay, I'll call for a public hearing for anyone who wishes to speak on the proposal. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and ask for a motion. Been moved by Ms. Allen, second by Ms. Albiani. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, Mr. Murray, open enrollment.
Thank you, President Madison, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, Ms. Avalos. I'm here to discuss the 2019-2020 open enrollment results and recommendations. Briefly review the open enrollment guidelines. The open enrollment agreement applies only to the student making the request. It does not extend to siblings. Once the student is enrolled in the school of choice, they do not have to reapply until they change schools, so going from an middle school to high school is an example. And parents must provide transportation. We do not provide transportation for open enrollment students. For the overview for this year, the open enrollment period ran from January 22nd to January 31st. We had auto dialers, emails, and mailers announcing open enrollment, plus information out at school sites for families of all current 6th to 11th grade students. It was also, open enrollment information was also posted to our website and social media sites. And we had principals at Florin High School on the night of January 22nd showcasing their schools with a public information meeting. So the results from our open enrollment for 2019, we had 1,384 requests this year. They've decreased steadily over the last several years, down from 1,479 in 2018, 1,529 in 2017, and just over 1,600 in 2016. 3 years had incoming transfer request, 3 schools had incoming transfer request rates exceeding 5%, similar to last year, as we have 4 other schools that had outgoing transfer request rates exceeding 5%, the same as last year. You can see those school sites in the graph below. These are the details of middle school open enrollment results. And if you look in the far right-hand column, you can see the impact of this process on the schools. And again, it continues to decrease while there is impact, and there is some increase between school sites. Generally, it has decreased at the middle school level, the impact as well as the high school level from last year. We also have surveys that accompany this. The survey of primary reason for open enrollment was incorporated into the application. Parents were asked to identify the single most important reason for the request, and you see the results below. The course or program not offered at the home school was by far the biggest response. They talk about more challenging instructional program at a requested school, childcare and proximity, and then other reasons. We'll get to that in a second. And also the fifth one is employment in proximity to requested school. Of the 172 parents who wrote in other responses, the three highest reasons were siblings and relatives attending the same school, transportation or proximity to home, and then continuity. And that continuity lends itself to, if you're at Pinkerton, going through the process again to stay continuity by going to Cosumnes Oaks, Ed Harris, Monterey Trail, and so forth. 73 out of the 1,384 applicants cited general perceptions of current school safety as a reason for transfer. This represents a slight decrease from last year. We had 85 respondents citing perceptions of safety generally as their primary concern. We also had 56 applicants list specific safety issues pertaining to their child as their primary reason, and that's 21 less from the previous year. Follow-up actions regarding open enrollment. We continue the distribution and analysis of a targeted follow-up survey to parents and applicants, working with our RED department in regards to specific safety responses. We continue school outreach and parent communication by individual principals and schools, expand the regional outreach and communication regional branding for some of our schools to maintain this marketing campaign, which we believe actually contributes to the decrease of requests out. And continue staffing augmentation. This is actually part of a bigger analysis that we were working with HR to look at the staffing at all of our schools and how it's allocated. Open enrollment caps. At the January 15th, 2019 board meeting, the school approved open enrollment caps at 2 schools. Of these schools, both Cosumnes Oaks and Monterey Trail High School will need to impose the approved cap. With this information, last year we capped Monterey Trail. Actually, with the Cosumnes Oaks information, the number of transfer requests into the school has actually decreased. But with Monterey Trail, we had a cap last year of 100 and just over 50 had applied, and this year we see a big increase of students wanting into Monterey Trail. So while Cosumnes Oaks is decreasing, Monterey Trail continues to attract more requests in. Open enrollment considerations for the past 11 years, the board has approved a cap of not 5%, limiting the number of students leaving any single school to ensure that every school enrolls sufficient students to maintain a comprehensive instructional program. In order to ensure program stability at all schools, it's recommended that a cap again be approved this year for schools losing more than 5% of enrollment through this open enrollment transfer process. These schools are Jackman, Valley, Rudder, and Florin. Open enrollment random selection process recommendations. Should the board approve the 5% cap, it will be determined through a computerized random selection process next week in the board meeting, in the boardroom, which students will enroll at their schools of choice. This selection process will also determine which 100 students will be allowed in to transfer to Cosumnes Oaks and Monterey Trail, the schools that have a cap. And again, that's next week, February 26th, 6 o'clock here in the boardroom. Ongoing timelines, February 26th, we will have the random selection process. The week of March 4th, we will notify open enrollment acceptance sent to parents, and then by March 20th, they are to get that information to confirm the open enrollment process to the requested school back to us. And so the board action requested, we want to approve open enrollment transfers from schools with fewer than 5% transfer requests, impose a 5% gap limiting the number of students who would be allowed to transfer from Jackman, Rudder, Florin, and Valley, and then also improve the open enrollment random selection process to be held next week at the Robert L. Trigg Education Center to determine which students in the schools who exceed 5% will be allowed to transfer to their schools of choice, and identify the 100 students who will open enroll into Cosumnes Oaks High School and 100 students into Monterey Trail High School. And that's the action requested.
Okay, Mr. Fortuna.
Thank you. As we look at the data, we can certainly be happy in some cases, specifically Eddy and Laguna Creek, and that was probably the IB program. Schools like Pinkerton continue to grow, but the same schools that lose kids continue to be the same schools. Jackman, Rudder, Florin, Valley. We have our surveys in terms of indicating why, and we've talked before, and I have to say it again, that from my perspective, the surveys lack specific value because they're not specific. I'm taking my kid out for a challenging program. Like, what's not challenging at your school? What is it you think you're going to find at another school that you don't have at your school? It's not safe at my school. Well, how is it not safe at your school? Getting responses to survey without specifics doesn't allow you to be in a position to make change. If you tell me that, and this is not true, but if you tell me that PG High School has Calculus 3 and Valley High School only has Calculus 1, you've given me some pretty specific information. If you tell me I want to go to PG instead of Valley because it's more challenging, how? And I really, really believe that unless we begin to take the time to either expand the current surveys and require parents to be specific about the reason they want to leave, and or follow up on the surveys, that from my humble opinion, it's a waste of time.
So we do follow up on the survey. So we actually
Well,
go
for
back
some people, not all of them.
Yeah, for a big bunch of them, especially related to the safety issue, which came up 3 years ago. We went back, and so those numbers have actually, overall the numbers have dropped. And we have done follow-ups, actually going back and speaking to the individual parents to get their feedback with regards to safety, because we got that, that direction came from the board, I believe it was 3 years ago. I know we've done it each of the past 2 years. The idea of being able to dive into program, I think that's a viable place to do another deep dive, but we actually did a deep dive into, to get into the safety one specifically, and I think doing a deeper dive into some of the other topics makes sense as well, because we have seen a change in people's perceptions, and I do think while the schools that are still having the largest numbers of parents choosing to have their kids transfer to another school, those numbers have dropped each of the past 3 years as well, from 2 years ago into those numbers. So we're starting to see some improvements there.
Number one, I can't remember a time when I got a report that said, here's the data that we've received from a follow-up report, number one. Number two, to get data, additional data on one area, when there are multiple areas in which we're asking for input, doesn't give you the data you need to develop a plan of action. And while we have had some reduction, I guess when I look at the marketing campaign and the cost of the marketing campaign and see we've had a reduction of 0.1%, then to me it begs the question on the cost benefit.
We're speaking about one school that actually had risen up. Rudder, you're talking about Rudder.
Rudder went from minus 15.6 to minus 15.5.
And Rudder actually increased. It was in a situation where it was increasing year after year, and we got it to plateau, and we saw a slight. So of the 6 schools that we're talking about, that's the one school where we have actually seen a decrease. This is the first time we did see a decrease there.
Yeah.
The other 5 of the 6 schools.
I don't want to argue, but it went from 13.2 to 15.5. That's not a reduction. That's an increase. And you know, I don't know, unless my math is wrong. That's called an increase. The same thing if I look at Florin. Last year, 7.4. We get into our big marketing program, and I'm not talking about the quality of the program. And now we go to minus 8.2. We look at Valley High School, it was minus 5.6, and now we go to minus 7.4. Those are going backwards. Those aren't improving numbers. Those are negative numbers. So I have to question, one, if we're going to take the time to do a survey, let's get specific data so that we have a complete understanding or a better understanding as why people want to leave their schools so that we can make the changes necessary. And number two, when it comes to budget, cost-benefit analysis should be done on everything. And for me, who is a total opponent of open enrollment, going to be asking the questions about cost-benefit. If you're, you got to get something for the money you're spending, or why are you doing it?
And we did a full presentation with regards to this is one measure with regards to the work that we're doing in our marketing campaign. We did a full presentation last spring. We'll bring you back another presentation this year. There's more to it than this particular set of numbers, but we have seen increases in the number of kids staying in their home schools overall. And we can sit down and go into more detail about that, but that's just true.
I don't have any more questions.
Okay. Nancy?
Well, first I want to appreciate the overall improvement. That's the first needle we want to move, right? But I share Mr. Forcina's concern that the problem we've most wanted to address at the four aforementioned schools, what Valley, Florin, Jackman, and Harris, has in fact gotten worse. And even without that, I would make the suggestion, but especially in light of that situation, I think it's time to maybe try something different. I'm sure you guys will be doing analysis about, what happened there. But, we did as a board increase the investment in this area the last time we voted on the budget. I'm wondering if it's not time to have maybe an outside firm come in and do focus groups or something like that, or if we can do that internally. But something is happening in those four schools that we're not capturing. So both because those schools are a priority for me, and I think given the equity goals of the district, they're a priority for all of us. And because maybe there's something our surveys are not capturing, the nuance within, what about school safety or what about academic program offerings, but there's something we're missing here. So I would hope to see, the next time you guys come back with kind of an idea of what are we doing to capture that.
And we can definitely increase the follow-up survey with the program discussions you talk about with the calculus example as being something we can do. Is that more specificity?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Ms. Albiani?
Thank you for the report. To follow up with them, I think it's great. Things are improving. I'm a fan of open enrollment. My family's benefiting from open enrollment as we speak. So I think it's obvious the board just has a concern when we think things are happening. So what I would challenge is to look at what programs we can bring there. Is it a CTE program we can bring in that people would be in interest of? Would it be possibly getting a band to lower grades to grow a band? What are those kids interested in that we aren't offering? And is there a pattern of people leaving? Is it an ethnic group that's leaving? Could we offer a club for them? Could we find a way to appeal to their culture there? Just to take it with some different things. I think we're doing a good thing building a region pride, and now we need to take the next level of what can we do, not why, and I want to, it's almost more positive, not why are you leaving? What can we do that would make you want to stay? What are we not having here to get a connection for that student to that region? I love how the high schools go down and do things with the middle schools. The middle schools do things with the Elementary is giving away your T-shirts for your next year. Just things to build that expectation that we want you to grow right here with us. And what is, if we look at it, what could stand out to change? That would be my challenge to you.
Crystal?
Thank you.
I'd like to thank you for your report. I do, see some concern there. When I look at those particular schools like Florin and Redder, I'm a product of that environment. I attended James Redder. I went to Florin High School and graduated from there. And for me, it always had this reputation attached to it for whatever reason, and it could be a negative connotation. And I think for me, the feedback that's important, yes, we have the parents filling out the surveys, but also the kids. I want to know what is going on with the students, or what is their a reason for maybe wanting to go to another school, not in their vicinity. And I think their feedback is really crucial, because sometimes students may want to move because of their peers, but it might also be how they're feeling in that environment, or, the welcoming of the campus, for example. Because I'm looking at it as a whole, when we're looking at facilities and updating some of those facilities, like James Redder, some of the partial classrooms are getting revamped and things of that nature, but it's alarming to me because students are still leaving. So for me is, how can we involve more of the community, even organizations, or different outreach that we can partake in to get those people maybe to the campus and connected as mentors to the program. I agree with CTE, because sometimes students are moving also because they want to follow maybe a career technical education pathway. But for me, looking at the overall viewpoint too from earlier tonight, that presentation we received, some school sites had maybe a culinary program. Others had medical or fire tech. So again, it goes back to the student's interest, because if something's not simply being offered, how can we make that adjustment to make sure those needs are being met? So I think, a lot of the funding we spent towards marketing and advertisement and trying to build awareness around Florin, Redder, Valley, those high schools in Jackman, I think that was a great start. But now I want to see those students too that are seniors or those that are graduating somehow build a peer program to get them to come back. For example, I look at Valley, they have a great program there. The program that they're working with Michael. And so for me, it's how can we build upon that and those role models that are there, and how can we make it more inclusive or a way for our students to stay? So I'm just asking those types of questions maybe for the future, and in a future presentation. I'll be really interested to see maybe what are some strategies that we can identify or priorities for those next action steps, because overall I would really like to see more students and families staying at those schools rather than choosing the alternative to have to leave for whatever reason that might be.
Ms. Allen?
Thank you. Excellent report. I have several comments. Let's start with school safety. In our previous presentation, we had school safety identified in that top, I think the number 1 or maybe number 2. So if that is something that keeps coming up as one of the reasons, I mean, all of our schools better be safe. So if there is a gap, or is it a perceived gap? This is where those open-ended questions and where we engage more in dialogue to find out what does that actually mean. Is it because of the school, or is it is it the neighborhood, or what is it? But I think we need more. I think Laguna Creek is an excellent example to learn from of whatever occurred there, whether it was internal or external or a combination. I think there's something to examine there. Because when I started here on the board, there was a lot of misconceptions of the community and the culture at Laguna Creek. And a lot of it was really, it was the parents and making a lot of assumptions of the types of students that were there. None of it was really based in facts, but it took time to overcome that. Granted, I'm sure the IB program went a long way, but I imagine there's more. Seeing that turnaround in Eddy, there is excellent site leadership there. there is an excellent coordination, a regional approach with the feeder schools that I think is instrumental in seeing some of that success. So now might be that, this might be one of those areas we've talked about regional meetings. There are certain regions that perhaps need that extra attention and focus to have a stronger regional approach. And so we, in our discussions of going back to perhaps looking at regional meetings, maybe we look at certain regions. And this could possibly be one of the areas to focus on strengthening that. As a parent, I will always want to have the option available for open enrollment, so I'm not opposed to it ever, because just earlier we showcased all of our wonderful CTEs, and our students have the right to access those programs. If we're going to showcase them, then it's nice to see that they are available. But where can we expand? The other problem I have is going back to the parents. I've seen it in my home school at Cosumnes Oaks. I've seen it in some of the other schools of why there shouldn't be open enrollment because we are importing quote-unquote bad kids from other areas. I think that's appalling. To make those gross statements, there's an implicit bias in there. I think every parent, every student has the right to access the best and the brightest, the programs, the curriculum, the teachers, and that's not to say one is better than the other, but if there is a connection to certain schools for a variety of reasons, I'd like to see that we do offer that. Because the last thing I think anybody here, definitely not me, would ever want to assume that children coming from other neighborhoods don't belong there. I think that's a disgusting message and not one that I could ever support. And that access to different groups and different mindsets actually helps you grow as a human. If you're in one area where it's privileged and you don't have access to students that come from all walks of life, then I think that does a disservice to your overall growth development. So I like that we have students that come from everywhere. So I think my only comment would be the schools that we do have a need to focus on strengthening. Let's look at what happened at Laguna Creek and maybe go back to that regional approach, because that from my perspective, looking at it, since I've been on the board, there's a very strong region there. And so whatever is working there, and granted all schools are different, but having a regional approach where it goes from elementary to middle to high school. And I think Ms. Martinez-Aleri also talked about showcasing the alumni in different areas of focus. Valley High has graduated the best. I mean, we've got so many, we've got our superintendent and high-level management and administration and teachers that have come from there. So it's an amazing school. And that story, maybe it's not as strong. I don't know. But I think the regional meetings and really putting that emphasis back in some of our schools and having that tie-in and making it stronger will go a long way. So, but thank you. I think this is a great presentation, and thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. My colleagues said a lot already, things that I had notes on as well too, and I must concur with them. We've got 4 schools that need attention, and the advertising worked for a while. I'm not saying it's not working now, but we might have to use our resources in other avenues right now, excuse me, to see what some of the root causes are, what's going on. And the one thing, and I just have to say, I know Ms. Fortuna brought it up, I'm just appalled at some more challenging instructions at requested schools. That's something we really need to look into. Yeah, I mean, that to me is really unacceptable, along with course and programs. And I know we got our CTE, we got pathways, and I applaud any parents that want to see their kid go to a school for some of our CTEs or pathways. We have that. But, when I look at the numbers and I look at, for example, Kerr Middle School, where they've got an enrollment around 900 or so, but yet and still their feeder school primarily is Elk Grove High School. Is that correct?
Kerr goes to Elk Grove, yes.
Pretty much. And Elk Grove High School is around 1,700 kids there. Now, Valley High School, Samuel Jackman is hovering much more than Kerr. They're pushing 1,100 kids at Samuel Jackman High School, but yet and still, they're not all going to Valley High School. I know where they're going. Most of those kids are going over across the freeway to Monterey Trail. Why is that? And my point, when I say root cause of the problem, when they're in the 8th grade, are the principals, are we having meetings with these parents on the 8th grade students? Where are you requesting that your child go to? And why?
And then maybe the timing of that information too.
Yeah, and I don't mean by a survey. I mean just having at the school. They have 8th graders, and like we do a lot of things, and the parents come. I've gone out to Jackman. Huge amount of parents are out there. And I've asked them questions. Well, I'm going to go to Monterey Trail. Really? Why? And they start telling me. I can't talk to all of them. I'm not there. I'm not an administrator. But we ought to be able to find out why. What does Monterey Trail have that Valley High School doesn't? Or Rudder?
Or what do they perceive it to have that the other
the
doesn't?
perception that they have that they're going to get a better education. And it was one time that I had a long talk with a parent, and I challenged the parent.
I do that too.
You know, I said, 4 of my kids went through there. Yeah, I mean, it changes, everything changes over a period of time, the demographics, you look at it. But we as educators and the Board of Education, our job is to make certain that we have equity through all out of our high schools. When they talk about ghetto schools, we create them as a board and as administrators because we let it happen. I'm not blaming you particularly on it, but I'm talking about overall when we look at it. So I just want to emphasize that. The elementary schools is another source. When a kid is a 6th grader, where are they going to? I mean, the Valley region has a lot of elementary schools in it. And what are the parents, what are their perception, what are they looking at overall when we have these meetings? And I know you folks have your principal meetings, your high school, your elementary schools. Are we talking about this particular problem that we have and not waiting up to open enrollment takes place, but what are we doing about it? If I ask a principal at Jackman or Rudder, how many of your kids are going to Monterey Trail? I bet you they probably couldn't tell you that.
I think Mike Anderson's got a pretty good pulse on this.
Okay. I just want him to do something about it as with the parents as to
Understood.
why
Yes.
they're looking at it. You know, it's not a threat or anything, but again, getting to the root cause of our problem. These are 2 schools. I mean, Valley High School is pretty amazing, even sitting on that corner across from the college. It looks just as nice as a college. You know, you're looking at it. So again, it goes back to perception part of things, what people offered, or is that a ghetto school, or my kid's going to be safe, et cetera, et cetera. That's just appalling to me. And we just have to do a better job as administrators and the Board of Education in looking at that.
Just as a quick reminder, we didn't have any data on this before. So, 4 years ago when we were doing this, the numbers were the numbers, and we didn't do a follow-up survey at all. So we're learning more and more about how to do this. And we need to do a deeper dive, and we're committed to doing that. And again, we'll keep track of the other ideas that the board has as well. But we're trying to dive into this piece and really understand what it is. The safety piece, I will say, is the one that we really knocked into early 3 years ago. And if you look at the number of folks that, it used to be number 1 on the list every time was related to safety. It's not even in the top 5 currently. So the program offerings in that piece is a next area to take a deep dive into. But we didn't have any data related to this previously, and we have been working to work on the issue with the school sites. So I think we're making progress. Still a lot of work to do.
Right, and I got that. I'm not taking it there. Everything is doom and gloom. We're here as a Board of Education to look at this and see how we can improve it as an executive team so we can get some solutions going.
Yeah, Mr. President, I could take lessons from you in terms of dealing with frustration. There's not so much anger in my voice as frustration, because we've talked about it and talked about it, talked about it. To me, if we're going to take a proactive approach in looking at the reasons why we get the transfers, then at some point in time, we need to have the data that says, this is why the parents are leaving, this is what it means, and this is what we're doing about it. 1, 2, 3. Because if you're not going to do that, then why are we doing it? I mean, you know, a number of people have asked the questions relative to the disproportionality and other things, and I guess I just come from a place of, how often do you need to talk about it when you really can fix it? Because the one thing and the challenging one, that raises so many red flags. If I say the reason why all these people want to leave is because they want a more challenging program, man, I'm going to be asking some questions. What's going on? Do we need to get rid of the principal? Do we need to get rid of the staff? Do we need to change the perceptions on the part of our staff with the way they look at the kids? What's going on if people want to leave because, quote, it's the current site's not challenging? Now, when I go out to the sites, what I see is challenging program. What I see is engaged staff. What I see is engaged students. But if people are fleeing certain schools and we get this nebulous response, it seems like it behooves us to go the next step to find out exactly what they're talking about. Because you see, one thing that I know plays a part, and I know it from talking to some parents, I know it plays a part, it's called new and shiny. But they're not going to tell you they want to go to Monterey Trail because it's new and shiny. So I want to go there for safety, I want to go there for childcare, I want to go there because it's closer to where I work. They give a false reason. And again, it's nice to have data, but data without specifics. I am so encouraged by where Ed Services is going in terms of dealing with that issue, you know, taking the deep dive into the actual reasons and not just spending the time on gathering data that doesn't tell you anything. So I'm just frustrated because, I mean, I'm not a proponent of the open enrollment because of all the negatives that go along with it. That's real simple. But we have it. But if we're going to have it, then it needs, and we care about why people are leaving certain schools, then I just think there's a whole lot more we need to do to get at that question, or just don't do it.
I do want to, if I may.
Yeah.
You know, these principals truly care about their schools and they're developing programs. We've got a WASC coming up at Florin next week. Right. The report, you know, is exceptional. You can see the student involvement. Valley is already working on, in depth, the last board meeting we had, the students come up and talk about Valley Strong and some of the things they're doing to make sure their school is ready for next year. And so I appreciate all the comments that the Board of Trustees has given to go deeper, to get at some of the root and ancillary causes, to find out what's going on, because it seems like, you know, when I walked Jackman 2 weeks ago, I saw some incredible instruction. So the rigor's there. So how do we get more clear? How do we connect those dots to show what's really happening at our schools that are doing a remarkable job?
Right, and I agree with that, Mr. Murray. I think our principals are working hard, and when I go around, I talk to the principals about it. We just want to dig a little bit deeper. Again, we're not saying that, you know, we've been working on data a long time, so it's not new to us, and I feel confident that we will improve as we move forward on this. And then one last thing that, when we talk about trying to improve, at times it's going to come, and I've mentioned it in several meetings prior, of boundaries. Nobody likes to talk about boundaries a little bit. You know, when I look at Valley High School and I look at Barbara Comstock Morris down the street, I can walk there from Valley High School to Comstock, but we're sending kids across at the sixth graders, they go across to Edward Harris Middle School. You know, and again, I'm just bringing some of these things up when we look at our boundaries, even next to Laguna Creek, the Valley High School, and Laguna Creek as we move forward down to Franklin, all the way around. My point is, we need to fill these high schools up. And we talk about, well, we're going to build new schools and all, but we've got a lot of capacity in some of these schools, and we put a lot of money on a Measure M, improving these schools to make them look nice. I don't think we got one bad-looking high school or middle school. They are all nice-looking schools when I walk around, period.
May I say one more thing?
Yes, sir, please.
I don't want to disparage anybody at our schools, because it's not just the principal, it's the teachers and the classified staff and all, because
Yes.
as we heard from the young man from Rio Cazadero, all of our
Yes.
employees are making a difference in the lives of our kids. So I just all of a sudden thought about that. It's a team effort for sure.
Yeah, this board is just concerned is all.
Understood.
We want those 4 schools. We're not saying they're not doing good work there. We know they are, because when I walk around as well too, I see them all. If I go to open house, whatever, I see the teachers there. They're all dedicated staff. We just want to help them improve overall. So with that, I'm going to end it with a motion to approve the following. Approve open enrollment transfers from schools with fewer than 5% transfer requests. Impose a 5% cap limiting the number of students allowed to transfer from designated schools. And approve open enrollment random selection process is to be held February 26, 2019 at 6 p.m. at the Robert L. Trigg Educational Center boardroom to determine which students from schools whose requests exceed 5% will be allowed to transfer to their school of choice, and to identify 100 students allowed to transfer to Cosumnes Oaks and Monterey Trail. I get a motion on that. Yeah.
So moved.
It's been moved in second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you.
So you stood up there all that time, but
I'm
we
okay.
had to get
It's good.
there.
Thank you.
Good job, thank you. Okay. We come up, Mr. Cerruti again, low-performing student block grant.
Thank you, President Madison and members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman and Ms. Avalos. I appreciate the opportunity to be back. And I'll just, before I just jump in, as the former principal of Florin High School, every day is a great day to be a Panther, and I'll leave it at that. Those kids should go to that school.
Appreciate that.
Absolutely. The number one phrase I heard for the years that I was on that campus was, "This is Florin." And what they meant by that is they came with a preconceived notion, and then they realized what they were seeing when they walked on that campus. And so I'll leave it at that. We got great schools. I appreciate the opportunity to share information about the low-performing student block grant and present our plan. And this is a revised version of the information that the board received in your packets, because it includes, we were still working on and finalized the work specific to Elk Grove Charter. And so that'll be the addition that we'll touch on this evening that the board hasn't seen before. And I'm going to, given the hour, it's not that information isn't important, but we start everyone with it, and I'll shoot right to the block grant itself. It's the explanation of what those funds are and who they're for. And so as we've been explaining to folks when we've been explaining the plan, the specific student subgroup are those that don't fall into the unduplicated groups that fall under LCFF and LCAP. and or special education, and it shows the listing of the amount of money that we received. The total amount is just over $3 million for Elk Grove Charter, about $35,500. And we have the next 2 school years to spend that money. We could begin in 18-19 predominantly. We'd be looking at 19-20 and 20-21. The requirements, there's no specific application. It's not that it's a competitive grant. We've, the information you'll see later on in the slide with the board, in the slides, if the board approves the plan, I'll be uploading that into the system tomorrow. We developed the plan by March 1st, and there's several prompts that we have to respond to, and that's the actual application. It's how the funds will increase or improve the services, to increase academic achievement, how we're going to measure the effectiveness of those services, and how it aligns to our LCAP. And then we also have to have a parent community review, and I'll explain how we did that. Then we discuss and adopt. And then there is some reporting that goes through, and it indicates by November 1st of 2021, we talk about the implementation of the plan, strategies used, and confirmation of results. So those are the requirements of the grant. Parent community feedback. We had a meeting that included both our DAC and DLAC on February 7th. And so Ms. Bollinger, our Director of English Learners, the Department of English Learner Services, facilitated that meeting, and we gathered feedback from our parent constituents. So how can the money be used? It's actually defined in the grant. It's fairly broad. This is some general areas: direct academic support. There can be preventative social emotional support, professional learning and professional development, parent and family connections. Those are some of the key areas that are identified. And so one of the things that we did was to get very specific about who the students were, because it's from test data, not from last year, but the year prior, and that's an important distinction, because when you begin to look at the money and talk about where it's distributed, it would be, well, where are the greatest needs? And we got numbers specific to each individual school, but case in point, with 11th graders, those students are no longer here. And so if you're trying to track students and once again go to a dollar per student, literally for those identified students, of these 1,521 students, some of those students are no longer in our district. So you're going to see in a minute what we did is we wanted to understand, first of all, who those kids are. And so you can see the comparison of the general population with the population. The way that that reads is, for example, our African American kids across our district represent just under 12%, 11.7% of our overall population. Specific to the grant, it's 16.3, or roughly 16%. So that gives an understanding of who those specific 1,521 kids were that generated those funds, from our African American students, American Indian and Asian, down to the white student population. And then what we did is we wanted to look at cause, because they were identified by their performance level on the CASP scores in both math and English language arts. So we started to ask the question, why? And so we wanted to understand what's behind that data. We've had a number of conversations this evening related to data and feedback, and we want to understand what may be causing that. So we looked at attendance, discipline, mental health services, social emotional health, and school connectedness. And when we did that and analyzed those students as compared to the LCFF students, and then you'll see in a moment that we also compared them to the other group, what we noted is that the LPSBG kids had better attendance overall, fewer incidents of chronic absences, lower suspension rates, fewer behavioral referrals, but what stood out is they have more mental health referrals, and then as it relates to social emotional learning and their school connectedness, that's what stood out. And so these graphs point that out. So the larger blue graph, and where we got this specific data, this literally comes from the incidents as it's recorded by our mental health therapists and our folks in the field. So these are specific referrals that are occurring. So this confirms the information that I just shared with you. This data, and I know for folks out in the audience, it may be a little difficult to see, but this is from our social emotional learning surveys that we provide. And so you can see self-management, the growth mindset, self-efficacy, those areas. You want those scores to be higher. The higher, the better. And this group was lower than the other three groups. And what that means is all students, the other students are those that fall outside of the LCF or the LCAP subgroups and the low-performing block grant group. So those are the four specific student groups that we did a comparison of. This is the culture climate. So this is talking about school connectedness, climate support for academic learning, so forth, safety, overall culture and climate. And so our theory of action, we said, so how do we want to approach this? And our theory of action is if we combine direct social emotional services with academic support for students, then we'll be able to improve their connectedness to school and their academic preparation skills, which would lead to improved academic achievement. That's our theory of action. And so we looked into research, and the research is fairly strong in terms of a growing body of evidence that shows what strong social emotional skills and their predictive characteristics in terms of lifelong outcomes and in particular academic achievement. And you'll see in the plan that there are two things that is an augmentation. It's actually an augmentation at secondary, but it's also a redistribution of resources that are existing at the secondary level that will be pushing down into the early elementary for early preventative services. The culture and climate support, there's the focus on PBIS, and it's citing the specific research and what we see in terms of PBIS. And again, PBIS is a construct, and so it's the type of services, the three tiers, the multi-tiered systems of support that fall within that construct, and if done with fidelity, can have positive results. And then you'll see in our plan, it's also supporting our existing AVID programs. And AVID, we have considerable long-term data, and as does the AVID program in general, in terms of if it also is done with fidelity, the results that it can occur. And this is a bit more information about AVID. Enhanced bonds between student and teachers, the elevated status and self-esteem of participants, and so forth. And that sets up what our plan is. And so, again, realizing that could be difficult to see on the screen, the three areas of support, the social emotional learning support, this is where the bulk of the services are being, the bulk of the money is being provided, and that is the addition of 9 FTE, 9 social workers. And those social workers will be placed at the secondary level in our middle and high schools. It's 2 days a week at the middle schools and 3 days a week at the high schools. There's currently 3.6 FTE of mental health therapists at the secondary level that will be pushed down to elementary. And so I do want to point out there was some information when we began having these conversations. Like anything, there was a public meeting and things of that nature, and so information gets out, and anytime information of this level of detail gets out, there can be misinformation, because we received some feedback today that there was concerns that we were replacing MHTs with social workers, and no MHTs are being replaced. A few are being redistributed in terms of pushing them down to elementary schools, but this is actually adding services of social workers to the secondary, so no one is being replaced. A comment about how it was determined that there's a need for social workers. We have a team that for years now, for several years, was brought together, and they continue to work. So it's our district's head counselor, it is leadership from our psych and social work group, MHTs, it is Lisa Vartanian, Don Ross. That team gets together and asks the question and are asking and answering questions about our service delivery with respect to SEL and mental health services. Because the question can come up, and I'm digressing for just a second, which is, so what's the right combination and mixture of support staff that you would have at any given school in terms of counselors, mental health therapists, social workers, psychologists? They have unique things that they each do, and then there definitely is crossover. The gap in our district is social workers. And so the unique feature about social workers is that they can work at all three levels, at all three tiers. And so they can work tier 1, and they will. So that means literally at the middle and high schools, those social workers will be working with the PBIS coordinators, with site administrators, with the PBIS team in terms of tier 1 supports. They can provide tier 2 support, meaning small group. And they can provide tier 3 support, working with the site team, and then providing the services and being able to plan services that go beyond the school. And also, just as an FYI, and then Ms. Stenroos may throw something at me if I get this incorrect, but I believe I'm going to be right. We currently don't have a single social worker in our district that is paid for out of the general fund. And we have very, very few in our district. And so it is a gap, and it's not necessarily unique to Elk Grove. It's a symptom across actually California. But just wanted to point out, the question could be, why are they social workers? That team got together, looked at the specific needs and referrals of students, and made the determination that this is the best utilization of resources, and I concur. There is money that's set aside for curriculum, because we would be looking potentially at specific elementary SEL curriculum. The MHTs that would be pushed down into the elementary in those early grades would be working with that and supporting our sites with that. Shifting to AVID, the primary expenditure there is a district AVID coordinator. We used to have one. If you recall Ralph Robles, our former district head counselor, there was a period in time when he was a half-time AVID coordinator in our district and a half-time counselor. When we hit the rough economic times back a few years back in 2007-8, it went away and it never came back. So it's currently a function of the district's head counselor. It becomes all but impossible. We have very, very good AVID programs in our schools, but in the spring, for example, a requirement of AVID is, it's like a mini WASC, but not at a school. It's at every individual classroom. And they're spending hours and hours in the spring doing that to the expense of the needed work to support our counseling program. So this would bring that back. It would also be able to support, we have 4 elementary programs and we are looking at expanding. And so you don't just mindlessly try and expand those programs, but we would be very strategic about looking at expanding AVID in our elementary programs. And then there's also some augmentation to support the coordinator stipends at the school. Currently, it's $4,000 at the middle and high school. We'd be moving that from $4,000 to $6,000 at the high school, because there is a bit of expanded responsibility at the high school level. Middle school remains at $4,000, and elementary, which currently has nothing, would be $4,000 to support those programs as well. Did have some feedback, because you'll see that there's some supply funding that's there, and so the question could be, well, what about supplying our elementary schools? There is flexibility within this existing budget where we would be able to be able to provide that, but we need to find out what that is, what the actual amount is needed, and that's what the coordinator would be able to do. And then lastly, it's our PBIS programs, and that is providing and that is existing money, so we're taking it out of the general fund and using these funds to provide that, but that's $1,000 per site that offers supplies and materials to run their PBIS programs. So that's overall the district's plan. And so a bit of information. This is literally where it says how the funds will be used to increase or improve evidence-based services for pupils identified. This is literally the prompt. I'll be taking that information and dropping it in. This is literally what will be our grant application. That information as it exists there. So it's a written explanation of what it is. And there's, I think it's 1,000 characters or something like that per prompt. So it's a relatively small amount of information that we put in. The other is how will the effectiveness of the evidence-based services be measured? So I'm happy to go back. I won't go through this line by line. The board's had an opportunity to see this. Because we gather so much social emotional learning and culture climate data, it doesn't mean that we won't continue to look deeper at it, but we have a very deep data source. The one area where we're going to need to augment is K-3, because we currently don't get it. So we're going to be working with our elementary schools. There's a couple of strategies that we're looking at in terms of getting that data, because it's very possible that it will be direct observational data by a teacher with their students. That's what we would be looking at, and that is different than what we get 4th through 12th grade. But we'll be doing that. And AVID, we've been gathering data for years, and there are standard data sets that we would be looking at. And then how are they aligned with our LCAP? We literally cited the specific Strategic Goal 1 Action 3, Strategic Goal 3 Action 3, and Strategic Goal 3 Action 4. This is exactly where in our LCAP these services are noted and how this plan aligns with that plan, with our district's overall plan. And so I'll pause for a moment and take any questions you may have regarding the district plan. Actually, I'll take direction from Board President Madison. I can take questions on the district plan, or we can also walk through Elk Grove Charter and then take questions on either, whichever you would like, prefer, sir.
Well, let's just go through the charter, too.
Very good. And so I'm going to have Mr. Murray come up. He worked directly with Mr. Levine. And what we'll do is this is the plan, and Mr. Murray will be able to walk you through. It's in direct alignment with our district's plan, but he can share with you the conversations he had with Mr. Levine.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. So basically using the framework of socio-emotional learning and also college career readiness, the Elk Grove Charter's allocation is not as significant as the district's overall charter, so he went more to supporting program and finding ways to meet the socio-emotional needs of his students at Elk Grove Charter, as well as the college career readiness program. So what he's doing is he's looking at programs for 7th and 8th graders for social-emotional learning, such as Second Step and others. And he's also working with looking at College Board and other things to increase his college readiness for his high school students. So if you have any questions, that's how he decided to allocate the money to further support initiatives around SEL and college career readiness.
Okay. All righty, questions, and Mr. Fortini?
I'm going to be nice. I think it goes without saying, it's super that we have this temporary money and that it's going to be able to let us do some things and gather some data. So given the quality of the people that you're going to hire, coupled with the quality of the people you're currently employing, at the end of the grant, when the data shows incredible effectiveness, what are we going to do?
So a couple of things. First, and I'm glad you mentioned when we hire incredible people. So the plan is to hire, because we'll only hire people that are incredible. But I do want to share with the board that we have a backup plan, and that is because if the board approves this plan, it could be as early as tomorrow. There's a posting in Elk Grove for 9 social work positions, temporary positions. And so we had internal conversations about this. There's a bit of a risk in terms of if you hire staff, that's what you're getting at, sir. One is find them, and then 2, it's great, 2 years roll around and the grant, unless there's continued grant monies, what happens? And so a couple of things that we decided, which was we're willing to assume the risk that we'll get quality years out of people and we'll deal with it when it comes. And I don't want to say that to be able to predict what our budget looks like, I don't know what it's going to look like. And I don't mean our budget, I mean the budget in general. But we also may find that if we can't find 9 social workers, because know that this is not just Elk Grove, and I'm not saying this specific to this grant, but there is the evolution that's taken place with regard when the mental health services shifted from the county to the LEAs, which is 7 or 8 years ago now. It's time goes by, 6 or 7 years at least. They're still growing, we're still growing into this, and I don't mean us, I mean California. Not to talk about where I came from, and I never worked with any better board members or educators than I have here, but I came from a place where, as an administrator, you had social workers, homeschool liaisons, counselors at the elementary levels, and people knew what they did. You didn't sit and go, so what's the difference between an MHT, and you bring folks together and everybody's trying to figure out their roles. But folks are realizing that social workers have a place in this, and so people are out finding them. So if we can't, we may be looking at, then we're going to move to counselors, we may go to folks that we can find. So that's the one piece. We remain optimistic because we've got some really good inroads into programs and folks that are out there. But in terms of what do we do 2 years from now when I can't tell you.
There are a couple pieces.
I don't know.
Yeah, there's a couple of pieces tied to that. One is there's a great deal of momentum right now within the legislature to make this ongoing. And Mr. Fortune, we had the pleasure of meeting with recently, has been part of that movement within the legislature. So best case scenario is this may become a long-term funding source versus a one-time piece. Second potential is that it is, the results are phenomenal, and our budget grows and we find a way like we have with other one-time pieces to be able to make them ongoing. Another challenging piece could be 2 years from now, if this is working so well, there may be something else that we identified that we would stop doing because this is showing more benefit. So that's having the data to be able to make those decisions. Those are really kind of the three options that are out there right now. Ongoing money becomes available. We find with additional dollars, it becomes a off the board priority list and jumps into our budget as a normal piece, or we have to make some tough decisions based on data on programs that are working. And if this is really showing bang for the buck over something else, then we have to make those tough decisions.
And I think an important comment, because we were talking about it in cabinet when we were discussing this plan, is this plan is, the money is based upon low student achievement on that specific test. So what our expectation is that our kids continue to do better on this test. And so if we have fewer kids that are scoring at that level, it means the dollar amount's would go down. So ideally, we wouldn't need these resources because we wouldn't have these kids at this level. So that's the other thing. You actually don't want to get that money.
Right. The other thing we talked about was, with our principals was, the easier thing to do would be to buy things and/or curriculum with these dollars. And we said, so we can go back and redo the plan and buy things or curriculum, and then we'll teach your existing people who are already working as hard as they know how to work to do this other thing too. Or do you want really great people who bring a set of skills that we don't currently have, and we work like a Dickens for the next 2 years, and then we work through and figure out the long-term solution? They said, yeah, we'll take the really good people, thank you.
Second question. With the provision of stipends,
yes, sir.
And having the AVID coordinator, do we run a risk from your perspective, from a bargaining perspective, of having to permanently provide a coordinator and permanently provide stipends, since we're going to be doing that vis-a-vis the grant?
I don't mean to turn this over to perspective.
Gotcha, Mark.
That Dave.
So on the stipend piece, the stipend pieces here are actually all things that are already on the board priority list. They just moved from the one-time funding list out of the general fund to the one-time funding list here. So they're already things that the bargaining units are completely aware of. So there's no surprise there. We were able to do a balance of largely new staffing, preponderance of that with the social workers, but in the stipend pieces, they're actually just augmentations of board priorities that already existed. We just found another source to be able, so we shouldn't have challenges there. I can't see any feedback issues with regards to the coordination of the AVID position, just because it's such a huge program within our district, and people are going to benefit across the board on that. So I don't think there'll be challenges there, but the stipends, we're already doing them.
Okay, thank you.
Nancy?
Well, first, I want to commend you and your team on an excellent use of data analysis to drive decision-making. This is really what I think we'd like to see. I understand with the last item, that data that we're looking for at that level is not available yet, but I think this is a good illustration of how we use data to identify the barriers for our kids and then have that inform our decision making. So I appreciate you guys giving us the tools to make that kind of informed decision. Thank you, Mr. Fortuna, for bringing up the important point that we don't hire people with ongoing funds. That's an important, with one-time funds. That's a pretty important budgeting rule, and depending on which way this decision goes, I'm going to have to stop criticizing districts across the state from doing that. So I share Mr. Fortuna's discomfort with that, great discomfort. But when I look at what this item is and who it helps and how, I just feel like we have to try this. And I can't think of what we would cut to continue this going forward, but I just feel like this is a group of students that we have not been able to reach any other way, and we've got to try this, so I definitely support the recommendation.
Ms. Albiani?
Thank you for an excellent report. I, too, was thrilled looking at the data that I feel we can make a difference in some very deserving children. I think I'm excited about the AVID coordinator. Mr. Forcina has talked many times about there needing to be one person in charge of bigger programs. And I think it'll allow us to share our best practices in the most efficient manner. Silos of excellence is always a challenge with our district, and this will provide a contact person. So I look for improving that program even better than it is now through this. As a past second grade teacher, I benefited greatly from my reading coaches teaching me to become a better teacher. And so when I look at someone helping with SEL lessons and making them available to everybody, I think that's a really exciting development. And it's not, you get asked to do a lot of things when you're a whole classroom teacher, when you're a single classroom teacher. But when you're provided the supports to do it, I always found it very welcoming and very rewarding when you were in it as a team. So I think that'll be great for them, and possible the chance of somehow getting that into professional development at some point, so we don't lose that no matter what, to build some excellence in our district in that. So yes, it's always, 2-year contracts are not optimal possibly, but maybe they are for somebody, who knows? And I hope some great people are willing to take that chance, and I hope this becomes so successful we make it work forever.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'd like to thank you for the report. There was a couple items that stood out to me. And, I had a conversation earlier in the week with the superintendent later last week. I have to put my counselor hat on, being a counselor, coming from that background. I did some internships when I was going through the master's program in counseling. And when I went through that program, I was able to get stationed at some of our school sites, like Healthy Start, and provide direct one-on-one counseling, and even at the elementary school level outside of our district. And I cannot tell you some of the benefits from doing that, working with the elementary school age children, some of the concerns that those children were going through. They were going through trauma. They had parents that might have been incarcerated. And so I could see the benefits of having therapy, mental health therapists, social workers, and doing small group work. Because sometimes when we're looking at the holistic viewpoint of a child and looking at maybe what's affecting them mentally, and especially being a community college counselor, I understand how can a child focus in a classroom academically and improve that if they can't even deal with some of the things that they have to deal with at home. And for me, or their personal issues or the parent issues, just different things that might affect the child's thinking in the classroom. And then maybe even go as far as sometimes the behavior. Sometimes things stem from what they maybe have been experienced in their life. So I could see the benefits of having this type of program. I think social workers, as far as I can see in some of the program at Sac State, there's many social workers graduating from that program, and they're getting their licensure, and sometimes it's hard for them to find employment once they do graduate. There's a couple carrots that are dangled over those graduates' heads. If they're able to work for certain agencies, it might relieve some of their loans. But I see this as a win situation for many people. And so I am interested, I'm excited to see that we have AVID built into this, because we know the research-based evidence that's there for supporting a program like this and the results. And I'm interested to see what results this brings to our students by implementing a plan like this with more support help. And not just that support help, the workshops, the groups or counseling sessions that may be getting done, but for me, I want to see results at the end to see how the students have improved overall, their well-being, their academics, and having a safe place for them, and somebody they can connect with, and somebody they can talk through. If they feel like they're getting bullied, for example, they have a resource or they have a group. I think the social worker part will bring that other resources in that the family or student may need too. So I'm very excited to see this work. Again, I am a bit concerned though, we're gonna be implementing something like this and it's some of the unknowns for the future. And so if it's a really beneficial program, again, it would be hard or disheartening to see it go away eventually, right? And especially if we need like trauma or different things, you know, group type of counseling for our students, and we're offering those services, and then in 3 years that goes bye-bye, that's kind of alarming for me. So, you know, but I definitely applaud you and thank you for the detailed report.
Thank you. And a quick point, just in terms of as you were sharing your perspectives on that, it triggered something, which is, if we go back, it was, I think, 1,521 students that generated those $3 million. And I indicated that some of those students may have moved to other districts. We have the 11th graders who are no longer here. It doesn't mean we won't pay attention to the existing, when the tests come out this fall and we get that data, we'll run another report. So we'll be able to identify who the kids are, but you know, our goal, it's not that we, at every given school, because we actually have a list. You can go down the list of schools, and this is where, when we met with principals, the principals were supportive of this, but like anything, they're looking for, it's not a matter of equity, it's a matter of equality in this case, is what we're really talking about. So what's the equal distribution of this? Well, it should go to schools with the greatest need. And keeping things in perspective, we aren't talking about schools that have 150 or 200 kids. We have some schools where the numbers were 5, 12, 21, 29, 41. And so if you start trying to go student by student and divvying the money up that way, you'll put yourself in a position of it'll be so diluted at individual school sites. That said, we will run numbers and be able to identify those students, because in the end, what we're going to need to do is justify 2 years from now that it's been working with this student subgroup. So I just want to say, while it's going to be a moving number from year to year, we will track it and do the exact same data analysis next year that we did this year that we presented to you.
Yeah, so another piece that came out from Crystal's comment, one thing that our lead psychologist has done over the last few years is actually made inroads with local universities for the social worker candidates. And we used to not actually have them intern here, but over the last few years, they're actually doing they're doing their lab hours here with us now. And we used to have to say, thanks for doing the lab hours with you. Good luck finding a position. Now we actually, we have, so there's some pre-screening with some of the best and brightest that we're already working with, but now we're gonna have actually an opportunity to hire them. So it's very exciting.
Yeah, Armando's got his eyes on some folks already because of what Superintendent Hoffman just indicated.
Thank you. Excellent comments from my colleagues. Just a quick question on, I know that you included DLAC and DAC.
Yes, ma'am.
In the stakeholder engagement. Did we include bargaining at all?
We did not.
Okay. And then, I mean, I think it's a solid plan. I'm a big proponent of AVID. I was an AVID mom, so it's tremendous value. The social emotional learning, and then obviously PBIS. I think it's a very wise investment, and I appreciate your comment stating that we don't want this money, because ideally, the goal is that we don't have low-performing students. So if that's a goal that we strive for, perhaps one day we won't need this. But, as it's perhaps, 2 years, and if everything is working very well, but the funding isn't there, I imagine coming back here in front of the board and this being one of our budget priorities. They would certainly be one of mine if it's proven to be successful, because we want to see, obviously, the children succeed. So excellent report. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, I think my colleagues covered a lot already, and I really was happy to see about the K-3 focus early intervention. I think that's something that's dear to me, trying to get these kids at an early age. I think that should be a big focus of ours, because I think they'll be better students as we move forward. Under the AVID, I was just curious on academic support, AVID, from a recruiting standpoint, you put focus the underserved. Specifically, how are we going to go about trying to recruit? A lot of these kids are walking around, should be under AVID. Who will take that responsibility?
So a couple of things. One is that, so our district AVID coordinator, we're going to have somebody who has the time to go work with individual schools and look at what their plans, look at what the programs are. And the nice piece about AVID, just as we use the TFI, which is the measuring tool for PBIS, well, AVID has measuring standards in place. So now you've got somebody that goes out, works with the individual schools and works with the site administrators and the site AVID coordinators and talks about everything from the existing program in terms of what's happening in the classroom to also, do you have the kids in this program that need to be in the program? So that's the requirement of the site team. It should be happening at every school. So when I was a principal and had AVID programs, you sat down with your AVID coordinator and made sure that you had all the students that met that profile. Did you have those kids in those classes? And that's what needs to be happening. So that's a big responsibility those are the types of things, that's the oversight / support that an AVID coordinator in the district can do.
Okay. And again, on slide 22, how will effectiveness of the evidence-based services be measured? And you listed a lot of things in there. What's a possibility if we go into this program where we have a semi-annual progress report of this grant, how well it's working, so we can have some measurement on it? Is that feasible?
Yes.
We can do that?
We can provide data and reports as often as the board directs us to do that.
Well, I don't want data or weekly reports. All I'm asking is a yearly, not a yearly, but a 6-month report. We're into it 6 months. Where are we at, or how we're doing? Does that make sense?
That makes perfect sense. And the grant requirement itself, we don't actually we don't provide progress report until it's done, 2 years out. So the fact that the board is interested, and we would be monitoring it anyway. I can't say that I had a specific plan or had a conversation with Superintendent Hoffman regarding here is our strategy moving forward. But for example, when the CASP scores come out from this year, we're going to we're going to find out where those kids are and where they are, and we'll be letting all of our sites know so that they can be looking in terms of those resources. So if you've got AVID programs, who are those students, and are they in those programs? But we can certainly provide biannually reports. We can provide one at the semester and the end of the year. We'll take direction from the board, and we can certainly provide that information, progress report, most certainly.
Okay, because it boils down to basically a lot of low-performing schools, as it's dictated on the LCAP. It's where a lot of these kids are coming from, and
I just want to point out, and this doesn't mean that our title schools are low-performing schools, but your title schools will have fewer of these students because they're going to have a higher number of socioeconomically disadvantaged kids.
Right.
And so when you look at this, actually, and if the board wanted, I could certainly provide so for example, If you wanted in a BC, you could see by each individual school the total number and the breakdown by subgroup. So then you could get a sense for exactly which kids and where they were that generated those funds. Happy to do that.
Yeah, it's a little bit of an odd piece.
Yeah.
It can be surprising, and this is the exact conversation when we're working with principals. Everybody's head goes toward kind of the logical title-like services and supports that you want to provide, but that's not what these funds are necessarily specific for.
No, I understand that. You know, we just want to show improvement on that. So it's a good report. You put a lot into it. We gave you some feedback to you on it.
It's great.
So we can move from there with it. So with that, I'll go ahead and call for a motion to approve the Elk Grove Unified School District Plan and the Elk Grove Charter School Plan for low-performing students block grant.
So move.
Been moved?
I'll second.
Second by Nancy. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you, sir, and thank you all.
Okay, the California School Board Association Delegate Assembly election. I'm going to call for a motion on that. Delegates to the CSBA Delegate Assembly if the board chooses to do so.
I'll move it. There's 5 seats and 5 running, and they're all great leaders.
Okay, it's been moved in second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
So just a follow-up on that, we are working through a CSBA, so we haven't got the official notice yet with regard to Dr. Martinez's appointment. As soon as we do that, we'll come back and have another opening for delegate assembly from someone on this board. So we're still working on that.
Yeah, I was just to give you an update, just appointed last weekend at the first directors meeting, so
Congratulations.
thank you.
Good, very good. Okay, board members' reports. Any reports on committees? All right, other items from the floor. Okay.
I'll be really quick. It's 10 o'clock. Oh, I turned my phone off. Okay. The first one, it's in my head, and that is that, you know, a lot of the schools are involved in a number of activities for Black History Month, but Valley High School is having a pretty big event this coming Saturday.
No, Friday.
Friday, 6 to 10.
Yes.
6 to 10 on Friday. Come on, phone. Okay. And it's in honor of Black History Month, and it's at Valley High School, 6 to 8. It's put on by parents, students. They'll be doing presentations. It'll be a pretty big event.
And displays and things like that.
And then on Saturday, and I spoke about this before, and I really do think it's an incredible event in a way by our participation to show our appreciation. We are also on the official announcement that has gone out that board members will be there. This is the 3rd annual Seroptimist graduation for girls for Dream It, Be It. And it's an incredible opportunity that the girls participate in. They have to make a commitment to be there on Saturdays for, I'm thinking it's like 12 or 14 weeks. It's a big commitment on their part. And the girls learn a variety of skills, resume writing, dressing for interview, how to interview, goal setting. But the Seroptimists started this 3 years ago, and it's held at Sheldon High School because Sheldon High School was the only one that stepped up to the plate and said they were interested. The girls from Sheldon benefit, but the Seroptimists, they really, I think their whole club attends it, and
What time is it, do you know?
yeah, that one is 2 to 4. At Sheldon High School, room C011. So both of those activities, excuse me, are activities that, would be good opportunities for the board to participate in.
Thank you,
Quick
Ms.
one.
Yes.
I am planning to attend the Improve Your Tomorrow conference on Saturday. That's happening in town. And then I was able to go to Elk Grove High School's read-in that they had for Black History Month this Friday that was very moving. And I was able to attend high school for almost an entire day on Thursday and was very impressed with the signage and the PGTV and the things happening at Pleasant Grove High School upon the same theme. So it was a good week.
Good. Anybody else?
So just a quick announcement as far as the weekend goes as well. So we do have crazy time of year. So Friday evening and then Saturday we're doing our second Arbinger training. We have 330 plus attendees signed up for Friday night and Saturday, and we'll do them our last one of the year on the Friday, Saturday later in March. So excited about that as well.
330?
Yep.
Yes.
So I just remembered I wanted to say thank you to all of our staff members who are participating in AXA's Equity Institute. I was able to speak to a group of them here last Friday night before that. They all blur together, but we had a good group of people who are committing to a year-long program over several weekends to deepen their own skills with respect to equity. So it was great to have a chance to spend some time with that group.
And I just want to, lastly, I want to mention Mr. Fortuna and I attended Sacramento County Office of Education, was it last week? Yeah, last Wednesday there, and had a good discussion with Kevin Gordon. You probably know him, the president of the Capital Advisors, and gave us a lot of insight what's going on with the legislature and things that's going to come about from facilities, construction, and things like that. So we had a good dinner meeting there too. Okay? Is there anything else? Okay, with that, I'll adjourn the meeting at 2200 hours. Thank you.